I'm calling to order this public hearing or public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. This is actually a joint hearing being conducted by the Committee of the Whole as well as the Committee on Housing. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole, and with me is Councilmember Robert White, who is Chair of the Committee on Housing. The subject of this hearing today is River East at Grandview condominiums debacle. I should note I'm starting this hearing at 1:45 p.m. Thursday, November 9th, 2023. We are in room 412 of the John A. Wilson building. I believe some witnesses will be participating virtually, and I believe at least one council member will be participating virtually. We're still learning how to do hybrid hearings, meaning some folks here, some folks virtual on the Zoom platform. It's great to see so many people in room 412. Welcome back. I'm going to read from the hearing notice for a moment. In 2017, Stanton View Development completed construction on a 46-unit complex financed in part by a $6 million loan from the district's Housing Production Trust Fund. Within months of moving into the units, homeowners noticed signs of structural defects, including large cracks in walls and ceilings, doors and windows becoming misaligned, and numerous leaks in the plumbing system. As a result of the underlying structural defects, around half of the residents of River East were forced to evacuate their homes in August of 2021. Since then, these residents have lived in temporary housing with some financial assistance from the district, but the path forward remains unclear. The purpose of this hearing today is to receive testimony as to what the district can do to rectify the current situation and how the district can prevent such a debacle from occurring again. I've visited the site several times, so I have some familiarity with the site. I think that what has happened, to state the obvious, is extremely unfair to the residents, many of whom, maybe even most of whom, are first-time home buyers. Of course, for them, this is an opportunity to take an important step toward the American dream of acquiring wealth, and it hasn't worked out so well. To what extent could the district have done things differently? Or what should the district have been doing in the last few years differently once these problems became more than obvious? But also, how can we ensure that the government, or how can we be sure that the government will take the appropriate steps to ensure that something like this does not happen again? I expect some of the testimony will get to what, or will include suggestions on what residents believe should be done to help them, since they have been clearly financially harmed. So I welcome that testimony. I think this, I believe, is the first public airing of what has been happening here, and I think that is as important as well. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, anyone who wishes to submit anything in writing that's included with the council's record on this hearing has until 5 p.m. on Thursday, November 23rd, 2023. We have a number of witnesses, something close to 35 witnesses. I'll be asking witnesses to testify in groups, and witnesses will have about 3 minutes. There's a clock, so be mindful of the time. Let me turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, for calling this hearing and for allowing the Housing Committee to co-chair it with you. This issue has been, I guess I would call it a saga, but I think the title of the hearing is more appropriate, a debacle. And I think the reality is that none of our agencies intended for what happened to happen, but it did. And now we need to answer the questions of what we do going forward. For every homeowner in this community was a first-time homeowner. There are average age is mid-30s. The majority of residents had minor kids, and now all of them are out when they believed that they had a forever home, somewhere to build equity, somewhere to build their families, to have stability. Now they don't have that. And not only do they not have that, but there are so many open questions at this point. How long is the government going to assist in rent? What's going to happen with the amount that folks have already paid? How are they going to compete in a housing market that is different now than when these buildings were constructed? Housing costs more, interest rates are higher. So it's not the same playing field as it was. And we have to answer those questions. What I want to make sure happens today is that we leave with some answers. Specifically, I want to make sure we get a response to the owner's request for a timeline and for action. There has to be some clarity on those points today, even starting with the next 2 or 3 months. What commitments will agencies make for what the government will do in the next 2 to 3 months? And when are we going to get a written commitment for helping residents so that there is predictability? These people, these families cannot live in limbo forever. And I know none of us want them to, but now we need to take steps to that end. There has to be a commitment from the mayor for standing meetings with the owners until there's a resolution, again, because people cannot live in limbo. None of us would want to live in a situation where we don't know where we're going to be living or how we're going to be paying for it in 6 months. And it's not fair for people to carry that burden and that stress. And finally, I want to make sure we identify the gaps that allowed this situation to occur so that it doesn't happen again. This was subpar housing that was built with government money, funded by taxpayers. And while the business can file for bankruptcy and leave and maybe start a new LLC, we have families that are out. We have taxpayer dollars that are gone. And so this is something that can't happen again. And so at very least, we need to learn some lessons here. So my hope is that in this hearing, not my hope, my expectation is that we're not just going to rehash what we already know, the long saga that got us here, but that we're going to have some really detailed steps for what happens after this hearing, moving toward making homeowners whole, and most importantly, giving them some predictability for what's going to happen going forward. So again, Chairman, thank you for allowing us to co-host this hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Trayon White is participating virtually. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chairman. First, I want to thank you, Council Chairman Mendelson, Councilman Robert White, and former Chair Anita Bonds for first holding this roundtable and holding other conversations outside of this, because this is a very serious matter affecting residents east of Anacostia River. We've been seeking answers and relief for years, and I hope that this roundtable will be another step forward, an immediate step to getting some answers. This property is in my ward, and it was constructed with the optimism that the only first-time home buyers, who are many Black and brown, would build wealth and live here for a long time and raise their families here. Unfortunately, this did not occur. Years later, the optimism has turned into anger, disappointment, and just confusion. And I understand that we will hear from leaders at the Department of Building and Department of Housing and Community Development, and that is a concern, and I'm concerned about whether they go from here. I've been meeting with them outside of their protests, meeting with the deputy mayor, the former deputy mayor, the mayor herself, who agreed to have a meeting with the resident. That still hasn't happened. And also yesterday, I just want to note for the record, I was able to meet with the owners of High Street townhouses that would be built on High Street in 2025. There's 22 brand new 3-bedroom houses. They were built there, and they want to hear from these owners as well, because we know that we have to figure out a way to make our families whole. I believe that we have a responsibility. I know our other colleagues believe that too. I look forward to hearing from the residents themselves today, and also from the government today. I'm committed to excellence in my community and working together to find a landing ground. The mayor has made some comments and has some thoughts, and I want to hear those on record today from some of those who work out of her office. And so we want to figure out a path to move forward. So I'm here today to listen, but also here to get some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I'm going to start calling witnesses now. We have 4 seats at the table. So if folks are here, I'll call 4. If folks are participating virtually, then it'll be more like 8 people. And so we'll see how this works. Ari Teresa, who's an attorney with Stoop Law. Caitlin Lee. I believe she's virtual. Davina Callahan. I believe she's virtual. Ladonna May. Adriana Hardaway. Virtual, in person. You're Adriana, okay. Robin McKinney. Virtual. Teresa Brooks Hill. Virtual. Shannon Thomas. Come forward, please. I'm going to charge a little bit more. Chanel Toms. Virtual. Rayona Jeffries. Coquinda Chambers. I think I'll stop there. So this is a little new for me, having some witnesses who are virtual at the same time we have some in person. So I might be a little rough here, not rough like hard on you, but rough like figuring this out. I think what I want to do, I think what I'll do is I'll hear from you, Mr. Teresa, since you're representing a number of residents, then go to the virtual and then the in-person. There's a timer, so you can see it when you're sitting at the witness table. It's set for, I believe, 3 minutes. I'm not going to be super strict, but at some point I'll cut you off if you're more going on. And if you're participating virtual, there should be in gallery view the timer in the top row. Mr. Teresa, you want to begin, and good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ari Teresa, and I'm principal at Stoop Law located in Ward 8, which is down the street from Grandview condominiums. I represent 12 of the plaintiffs there. Several of my clients are here. They have submitted testimony. Their names are Brittany Bennett, Jerusalem Belai, Narika Hill, Davina Callahan, Chanel Toms, Jessica Franklin, Coquinda Chambers, Regina Hare, Jastina Somerville, Tracy Cheek, Brianna Walton, and Rayona Jeffries. They came to me initially because nobody would take any accountability for their ordeal. Not DC government, who funded, envisioned, and approved the housing development, not the nonprofit MANA that marketed the units and created a frenzy around them, and not the developer Stanton View who built them. Now, I know there's been some discussion prior to us beginning this about what can be done and wanting some answers. To me, it's just very hard for me to believe that this has been going on for 2 years, that the city has known that these buildings have been sliding off of a hill, and there's been no independent investigation. I know that when people want to, come after somebody, or there's, a thirst, Brenda Donaldson, John Falchicchio, immediately independent investigation. But these women, 46 families, mostly women, 46 families, no investigation. Everybody's, even the phrase debacle, I'm gonna push back on that. I looked it up, ignominious and sudden. This wasn't sudden. It was it unfolded slowly, and there were a lot of players. There's a lot of blame to go around. This project never should have been approved by DCRA. I filed a suit against DCRA. Part of those claims was negligence against DCRA. Like the other suit against the city, the claim was dismissed. That being said, 12309 statutes, special relationships in tort, doctrine of discovery, time tolling, other pettifogging has nothing to do with whether or not this project should have been given permits for what was submitted. So just because the city kind of squirmed out of that does not mean that there was not wrongdoing there. And I think it's pretty clear that there was at least negligence. Manna and Stantonview, they're still in court. And in terms of oversight, Manna is a housing counseling service provider. And from my investigation of the record, and we're in discovery now, and I've uncovered some things. I think that they as well could be investigated and looked into about how their acts and omissions led certain people to the situation that they're in. So there's just a lot of blame to go around. And I hope council investigates it like seriously. And so it doesn't happen again. But in terms of resolution, I hope that, you either build in place, rebuild it and let people get back in where they started off, rebuild it, renovate it, shore it up, whatever you have to do. It may cost a lot of money, but that's fair, to put these people back into these homes that they were displaced from and then put them up in their temporary housing. But, ultimately I defer to what the residents want. But I think that is a fair solution, but, I think the residents can speak for themselves there.
Thank you. And we have your written statement. I think what I'm going to try is the virtual witnesses and then the three at the table. So Ms. Lee, Caitlin Lee.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi. To the Council of the District of Columbia and the offices of the council members, Robert C. White and Phil Mendelson, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to speak about the ongoing crisis occurring at the condominiums at Talbert Street, better known as the River East at Grandview. My name is Caitlin Lee, one of the 46 condo owners at River East. On August 17th, 2021, my entire life changed. Myself and my fellow condo owners were given 2 weeks to pack up our lives and evacuate the homes that we had worked so hard to obtain. We had immense hope that our housing crisis would have been rectified in 2021. However, here we are in November of 2023, still desperately seeking resolution with this matter. The majority of the owners went through DC's First-Time Homebuyers Program, or HPAP, to obtain their housing at Talbert. We relied heavily on the advice and instruction given by the DC government as we navigated through the home buying process, instituted by the very government who has failed to see us through this crisis. From this home buying process, we were seeking the American dream, planting roots for our future, and creating stability for the next generation. Now that dream is gone. I'm sorry. Since evacuating our homes 2 years ago, we have looked towards our elected officials for support and guidance through this harrowing experience, only to be met with chaos and conflicting agendas. But our fears are not just our own. There is ongoing concern for the residents living on Morris Road, who would be right in the path if our building were to collapse, God forbid. This government has the obligation and the duty to address these issues thoughtfully and expeditiously. Lives are literally at stake. We need help. Due to this housing crisis, many of us have been unable to move on in our lives due to the uncertainty of this situation. I myself recently got married, and my husband and I have been considering starting a family. The only thing holding us back is not knowing where we will be in the next 6 months to a year due to the uncertainty regarding River East. As an owner, for the past 2 years, I have felt unheard, abandoned, and unseen by this government. We are humbly requesting for transparent communication with our elected officials to address our concerns and finally be given an equitable offer to remedy our housing crisis, so that we can move on with our lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And I have a copy of your statement. Ms. Davina Callahan,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Hello to my fellow neighbors and to all who have joined us today. My name is Davina Callahan. I'm a college graduate, a licensed clinical social worker, and author of a children's book titled Little Brown, You Can Be Anything. I'm a mother, a sister, a daughter, and I am one of the 46 owners at 1262 Talbot Street, located in the heart of historic Anacostia Ward 8, who has now been displaced. In August of 2021, 46 families and individuals were given 2-week notice to evacuate out of our homes due to uninhabitable living conditions and concerns of our condo building collapsing. I would like to pause right there and ask you all to imagine working hard to search for a home, fixing your credit, saving funds for moving expenses, feeling ecstatic and pleased with yourself because you are breaking generational cycles to then have it all taken away from you. While we were promised on several occasions to be made whole, the government has not fulfilled that promise. Everything that has been received or given has been received with such struggle and reluctance. We are constantly being treated as dirty socks you no longer wear. But we are more than that, and we deserve more respect and generosity than what we have been given. Countless nights I am crying myself to sleep and overwhelmed with the anxiety and depression that I have had to seek therapeutic support to manage my emotions from this situation. While you may all seem to point the fingers at one another from agency to agency, I would like to make it very clear that this is not my fault, nor any of my neighbors, but someone here is to blame, and it is not us. To you, this may just be another home, but to me, this is the home I had put blood, sweat, tears, and money into. This is the home my daughter knew as her first home, her safe haven, the home I created memories and hosted many holiday events and welcomed many loved ones. But now the stability I created for my daughter is no longer certain. The investment I put into this home is now gone. So we ask today for some clarity on what is next. And while you ponder on what is next, imagine if this was you and your family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan. I don't think I have a copy of your statement, or at least I don't have one. If you could please submit it.
It was submitted yesterday.
It was submitted yesterday. All right, we'll look for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Chanel Toms.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I come to testify as one of the 46 homeowners of Grandview Estates 2 condominiums. I want to thank the DC agencies for the assistance they have provided, but it has not been enough to provide closure for this life-altering situation. I have experienced depression, a lack of trust in our system, and embarrassment from displacement after being conned into purchasing an unsafe home. I started my home buying journey in 2017 after graduating from Howard University. Part of my reasoning for buying a home in the city was to have a sense of stability for my family after seeing my elder displaced from their homes in DC. I wanted somewhere I can call my own. I depended on organizations recommended by employees to assist me in buying a safe home for my then 3-year-old daughter and myself. I attended hours of home buying courses and sought recommendations for realtors. During the fall of 2018, my realtor informed me that there was a home that met the HPAT requirements available on Talbot Street, and it was mine if I liked it. During my home inspection, I noticed a contractor exiting from the lower level egress window and leaking issues in the basement. When I asked for a resolution to these issues, I was told they would fix them and encouraged to follow through with closing on the home, not knowing the extent of the damages in the homes across from me. The dreams of having a home for my daughter to live in or return to when she becomes an adult were gone. I learned months after closing that my neighbors' homes were separating from underneath them. Instead of having somewhere safe for us to live, developers, agents, and employees assisted multiple families in purchasing a shoddy build. It also makes me wonder why the homes were initially built as a rental property until someone decided to sell them to vulnerable first-time home buyers, many of whom are mothers raising children. Falcon Engineering told all owners to evacuate out of an abundance of caution for the health and safety of the residents right before the school year began in August of 2021. They then backtracked and established units 1A through B, A and B through 21A and B safe, or I'm sorry, 18A and B. Safe enough to live in for now, even though many residents in those units also experience cracks, leaks, floods from poor drainage, uneven framing and roofs, and air quality that cause hives and breathing issues. Nevertheless, amid our stress and displacement, the Grandview Estates 2 HOA board and owners provided multiple solutions to make the residents whole again by conducting meetings and surveys. We waited patiently for a response and received a disappointing offer, a chance to re-enter HPAP program with no concrete promises to receive home stability or equity or dissolution of our first trust mortgages. My mortgage and HOA fees total about $1,100 at the time, and the same home would cost more than double in this market. According to Zillow, a mortgage on a home of that size would be about $2,800 a month. I want the DC Council and the mayor to ensure this never happens again. Home buyers and renters in Ward 7 and 8 deserve safe homes without developmental and environmental woes that affect their mental and physical health. These homeowners also deserve a chance that doesn't only benefit developers and realtors. The lack of oversight of this government-supported and funded development left 46 families homeless. Our residents deserve protection against money-grubbing developers. Lastly, I would like to call out to any organizations that are listening or reading that can help us make us whole again. We must rebuild this property at this site if it is safe. Alternatively, are there new renovated or vacant homes in the district to make the Tower Street residents whole again? Lastly, many residents want a buyout for their fair market value as the stress of this issue has impacted their trust in calling DC home, and they should be made whole as well. This situation has affected our finances, credit, mental health, and societal trust, and I hope that this hearing can impact future buyers and make Grandview Estates 2 residents whole again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Hardaway? Okay. Yes, just make sure you have the microphone on.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember White and Councilmember Robert White and Trayon White. My name is LaDonna May. I appreciate the time you're taking to listen to the stories of what intended to be one of the most exciting times of my life. But Councilmember or Chairman Mendelson, you called it a debacle. That is true, a debacle, a huge disaster, a outright utter failure. And I have to admit, I agree. Even with fulfilling the requirements set by the district and DHCD by attending first-time homebuyer classes, home ownership classes, saving money, establishing credit, and taking advantages of home ownership opportunities that the district provided, I still failed my family. I closed on my condo in July 2017, and within 3 months, I had cracks in my walls and ceilings, as well as windows that did not close. On October 14th, 2017, myself and a friend participated in a walk to end Alzheimer's. And I recall telling her, hey, I have to do something about the windows in my unit because there's a draft and it's causing me to get sick. However, on October 17th, I was rushed to the emergency room and I woke up on October 23rd after being in a coma for almost 7 days. After waking up, I had no longer had mobility in my upper or lower limbs. I spent weeks in rehab learning how to walk and to care for myself again. And when I was finally permitted to return home, I was forced to live in a work zone. I was forced to live in the upper level of my condo while they demolished and repaired the first half of my condo. when they moved to the top half of my condo, I was moved to the bottom half of my condo. I understand, you may not understand how hard that is, but learning how to walk again and care for yourself while depending on other people and having to only access a certain part of your apartment is fairly difficult. I found myself pregnant. We move on, and I find myself pregnant with my rainbow baby, Adriana, in March of 2018. If you're unfamiliar about what the rainbow baby is, a rainbow baby is a baby that is born after the loss of another baby due to miscarriage or infant loss, stillbirth, or death. Certain women may argue that pregnancy is a joyful time. It's great, like we all want to do it, but I would have to disagree. I spent the majority of my pregnancy displaced. I was told to relocate for 10 days, and they were going to come in, remodel, repair everything in my unit. When the 10th day came, I went to go back home, and I get home and I walk in to a condo with no tiles on the floor, no walls, all you see are studs. I go and I call Stanton View and I say, hey, I can't live here. They tell me, oh yeah, you're right. We need a couple more days. I agree. I now have to go find somewhere to stay. I leave and I am in a high-risk pregnancy at this time. I leave and they say a couple more days, so I go stay with someone, a friend, and they say, okay, you can stay here for a couple days. A couple days turned into the rest of my pregnancy. At 27 weeks, I went into premature labor due to, let's say, I was sleeping on couch to couch. I was sleeping at this friend's house if they let me. I was sleeping at that friend's house if you let me. I didn't have anywhere to stay because Stanton View had my apartment or condo. After having walls and ceilings removed and replaced multiple times, I began to seek assistance outside of SVD. After months of calling, emailing DCRA, DHCD, the Office of the Mayor, the Attorney General's office, DCRA finally sent an inspector out. My daughter and I walked with the inspector around my unit, and the young lady from DCRA completed it. Afterwards, she asked me a question. She says, are you a renter or a homeowner? I go, I'm the homeowner. She goes, oh, man, there's nothing I can do for you. But if you were the renter, I would remove you immediately because this is unsafe and have the homeowner repair the issue. Wait a couple weeks later, I received a letter after the inspection informing me that I was being fined thousands of dollars. A first-time home buyer begging for assistance. Instead of assisting me, the district fined me and told me, there's nothing I can do for you. When I contacted the OAG office, I was told the same thing. We don't handle cases like this. However, I read an article about how Attorney General Carl Racine represented district homeowners in Columbia Heights against slum developers. When I asked, what's the difference between what happened to the homeowners in Columbia Heights and the homeowners on Talbot Street, I was never given the answer.
Ms. Hardaway, you're double your time. So, and I don't know how
Okay.
much you have left, but
Not much.
please wind up.
Okay. So, you made me lost my place. I understand that the OAG office was unable to respond because how do you admit that the only difference between is the wards that we live in and that our community is made up of African-American homeowners? Every day, couple days, well, actually every month, couple months out, days out of the month, my daughter asks me a question and I have no answer for her. And so my hope is that today we will find a solution to this answer And she's gonna ask you guys the same question that she asks me. And I have no answer because I failed her in this debacle.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Adriana.
What's your question? What do you want to know? Say, tell them.
Can you
Can
help my mommy?
ask the question, please. Go. Hurry.
Why doesn't DC doesn't care about me and my mommy?
Ask me. Say it loud.
Do you
Mm.
know why DC doesn't care about me and my mommy? And I will not make sure we have a safe place to live.
Thank you for your time.
Why doesn't the district care about you all and give you a safe place to live?
Mhm.
Well, that's part of
Receptive.
the challenge of this hearing. Clearly, the council has some concern. That's why we're having the hearing. In my view, this has gone on way too long, as some of you have already said. It's not easy to find a solution because got to figure out who's at fault. But I would say the council is concerned about trying to help because we recognize that first-time home buyers put a lot on the line, and this has all been very unfair to them. And what can the city do? I can't say that's a great answer, but I think that's about the best I can say at the moment. And this hearing is to explore this and see what we can do. Thank you. Shannon Thomas. Turn your microphone on. It's on. It's on.
Thank you. Hello, council members of the great District of Columbia. Today I'm here to plead with you to stop the continuation of this horrible nightmare that once was my American dream. Right here in historic Anacostia, where the house of Frederick Douglass sits on a hill, reminding us all of what's possible. In this place, I witnessed and fell victim to an unimaginable atrocity. My community and I have faced a significant life upheaval as displaced homeowners. The impact is too much to bear. This situation has had profound consequences on our families and our well-being. There are days as a Black woman, I am reminded that no one truly wants to understand my pain, nor collective pain as literal refugees with nowhere to call our home. I have been slapped with the reality that during this relentless journey of home ownership, it doesn't matter that I was born here and my ancestors have been here as real natives and indigenous people, or that I'm highly educated, community-driven, gainfully employed with a career, and did everything I was told to do to secure my supposed to be long-term financial asset in my home. No matter what I do, I know the stench of what I was supposed to have is not being considered and that I'm not worthy of it. My fight is not only to thrive, but to remain ahead of the stench that this country and this town has placed on me and my community because of where we're from and not who we are or what we deserve. The trauma of even writing these raw emotions on paper is too much to reflect on. I would rather stay in denial and not reflect on what's happening to us. I ask you to do me this favor. When my son questions me about his room on Talbot Street, can you take the pain on as a parent to answer him? I have no answers to provide. It's like a gut punch. It's like a punch in the gut every time it happens. Why, might you ask? Because I never wanted to be that parent. When he asks, why are we moving again in 9 months? Can you look into his adorable big brown eyes and explain what instability looks like? The kids that have been impacted by this bad investment deserve answers from you all. It's clear the adults don't matter, so I ask you today to at least consider our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. And Ms. Chambers.
Yes, good afternoon to the DC City Council, all those who are present and all those who are in hearing of this meeting. The River East at Anacostia, Grandview Estates, Talbot Street debacle, it is in fact a catastrophe. 2 years ago, I and 45 other homeowners with their families, a predominantly Black American community, were displaced from our homes located at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast, and due to foundation issues. The city, at the level of the mayor's office and city council, have not handled this matter with the urgency it deserves. This is an emergency situation which requires emergency action and funds beyond rent coverage and partial bill payments. While the city, to include DC government officials, the mayor's office, the Department of Housing and Community Development, has not accepted liability of this tragic circumstance formally or officially, the reality is the building permits and inspection had to all be cleared through DC government agencies such as DCRA, DHCD, and or partnering organizations such as MANA. Also, the first-time home buyers program is one that is sponsored, supported, and heavily promoted by city officials with billions of dollars in revenue, not to include unallocated emergency funds. To residents such as myself, who is a third-generation native of the District of Columbia, a DC government employee, and local DC business owners. The other part of this reality is that Talbot Street resident owners are certainly not at fault, nor should we have to endure the stress, trauma, financial burden to include adverse credit actions, paying a mortgage, condo fees, and bills for an unsafe property we no longer reside in, as well as any other accrued expense resulting from this displacement. A well-outlined request of ask from the Talbot Street community was submitted several months ago, along with a proposed mention of DHCD officials to pay off our First Trust mortgages. Neither have yet to be finalized. Instead, we were met with a promise of 9-month rent extensions, of which many homeowners have not been granted due to respective rental companies not offering leased apartments for periods of less than 1 year. Others are going month to month. Will this result in homelessness? God forbid that. It is an unjust situation, and your action is required immediately. Rental and bill payments throughout this displacement period, as well as First Trust mortgage payoffs, are the minimum expectations for all Talbot Street residents. Because again, we are not at fault for this tragic circumstance of a shoddy and unstable build. We are working professional homeowners and positive members of the community who expect to be treated with human decency. The delay and disregard is unacceptable, and if we were a predominantly white community, we would not be met with the same disregard and delay. The District of Columbia's swift response to adequately resolve displacement in favor of each homeowner at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast is in order and past due. And lastly, I want to leave with Mayor Bowser, because I know that decisions are made also at her level. If she has not paid a visit to 1262 Talbot Street, please do so, because seeing it on videos and looking at it on the news is not sufficient enough to see what we have actually been experiencing. It's not okay, and we need your action like last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. That's all the witnesses this round. I have a few questions and then I'll turn to my colleagues. I think for the first panel, we'll do 10 minutes. The subsequent panels will do 5. Ms. Toms, you made reference at the end of your statement about moving again in 9 months. How often have you had to move?
When we first got the immediate evacuation, we all had to, like Chanel said, I'm actually Thomas.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. We had to move
Oh.
within 2 weeks, right before the first day of school starting for most of our children. I personally had to move all of my belongings in 24 hours. And that cost me about 11,000 from top to bottom. 1,100, sorry. And as a parent with the stress of the first days of school shortly starting, it was very taxing emotionally and mentally. And having to even function and go to work and still be under like extreme duress. I felt like I was functioning through depression, to be honest with you.
Sure. Yeah, moving is horrible. You moved, that would have been August of 2021. Are you in the same place today?
So once I moved to my rental property, I've stayed there. I think we've all been in our rental homes for close to 3 years now.
21 to 22, we're now in 23.
Right.
So most of the residents,
I've moved twice or 3 times because we were moved to temporary housing until we were able.
put your microphone on.
We were moved to temporary housing until we were able to find a permanent housing
Rental
for the
pro-
solution, a
Right.
rental. And so you moved out of your condo. So some people have moved twice, or maybe 3 times, depending.
Okay, so once for you, but some people twice.
Well,
some
no,
people-
actually, I moved in my mom's house first, and then from her house, I moved into the rental property that I am. Because it was like an immediate evacuation. It wasn't,
Yeah. No, I
you have
understand.
time to sit. You had
And
to
I think
move.
actually what I'm trying to understand is whether the government helped you with a rental property and then made you move again. Did that happen?
Yes, because they put us into temporary housing, meaning we were in hotels, extended stay, or Airbnbs. And then they said, oh, okay, we'll help you now. Let's give them a voucher or some assistance to get a permanent housing. And so then you moved into your permanent housing.
And then was that the final move for pretty
Yes.
much everybody?
Yeah.
And I
Yes.
don't want to get anybody to think that I think that's wonderful. I'm just trying to understand the dimension of the pain, if you will, of the moving.
So some people's situations were more dire than others, where their homes were unable to stay in, where it might have been flooding or cracking in the walls or windows wouldn't close. So some had already left the property before the majority had left.
Yes. Ms. Hardaway, you testified about repairs. Who, and I'm not saying they were well done, but who made them? Was that Stanton View, the developer?
Did the repairs every time.
So that suggests that they admitted that they had responsibility for the damage that was occurring.
Absolutely, but they said that there were settlement cracks. They had never admitted that there was a issue. These are just settlement
Sure.
cracks, is what they were telling
Yes.
us.
Yeah, I kind of remember the first time I went out there that that's what everybody believed that there, but
there's
obviously
no
everybody
way that
believed
those
it
are
was
settlement
something worse
cracks.
than that.
When I could put my hand.
Yeah,
through them.
I remember.
That's not a settlement crack.
I understand. Mr. Teresa. I'm going to sound like a cross-examining. I don't mean it that way. Are you aware of arbitration that occurred in 2016?
No, Not
I
aware.
found this out from my staff. I don't quite know what it's about. It's about a modular retaining wall. And I don't know if that's the retaining wall at Morris Road or whether, which is, I think, the issue here, or a different one. So you're not aware of that.
Not aware of that. First time I've heard about it. Mhm.
You also testified that there's been no investigation. Now, I'm pretty sure there've been a couple of structural investigations to try to understand what's going on. You mean something different?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I mean, number one, the residents had to pay for the investigation, which in itself is problematic. But what I'm saying is there are several aspects of marketing and building this project that involve the government. Whether that's DCRA approving permits, whether that's oversight of the nonprofits that provide housing counseling services. So this project had many tentacles. The people who provided the housing counseling services recruited people into the site, marketed it, made statements about the site that didn't end up being true, including it being a rooftop unit. Basically, they marketed the site. So there's just a lot of areas where kind of the government interacts with different private parties, where like the government could accept some blame for this outside of a courtroom, politically, and do what needs to be done to make it right. And so when I say investigate, that's what I mean. Investigate their own roles in this. So investigate DCRA, how this got approved in the first place, why DHCD gave this developer money. I mean, when you look at the application that this developer filed for their building permit, it was sophomoric. They should not have been getting that much money from the city government. It was actually rejected. They had to go back and do it again because it was so poorly done the first time. So I don't know, it's just a lot of areas where the government could self-investigate, look at what went wrong so it doesn't happen again, look at all of the players who were involved in this, not just the developer, who is a fly-by-night LLC and dissolved as soon as everything hit the fan.
Well, you had said when you testified, the project should not have received permits. Now, my sense of it is that, and I could be wrong, but my sense of it is that it wasn't so much the project as how the project was constructed, that something in the contract or the construction is where things were done wrong. I will say, and I'm reflecting on the fact that we have legislative immunity in these hearings, my sense is that Stanton was a shoddy developer and they didn't really care about whether the work was being done right. But that's not the same as it should never have gotten its permits.
No, it's not. And, I don't know where you got your understanding from. I don't know, so I can't really speak to that. But what I looked at, I don't want to get too much into our case. It's all public record. It's all right there for the government to investigate. If no one's investigated it, if a third independent party hasn't looked at the application that the developer filed with DCRA, it should be done, is what I'm saying here today.
And then to you, but I think to any of the witnesses here, what should be done? So my understanding, and I meant to look at the engineering reports that were done in the last few months, and I didn't, so I could be wrong, but my impression is that to fix the repairs would be more costly than to just raise some of the buildings and build anew. You had said, Mr. Teresa, that you thought that rebuild and the residents can come back, which can be very time consuming and may not be a desirable option. But my question is, what should be done going forward with regard to the residents? Do you want to take a stab at that or the others?
I completely defer to the residents. I talked to some of the plaintiffs, and some of them want it to be rebuilt. So I think, I don't want to get the names mixed up, but someone testified that they would like it to be rebuilt. But then there are some people who have no trust in the DC government. They just want to be paid out. So, I mean, there's a lot of different, interests and feelings about that. And like, I don't feel comfortable speaking about their remedies. I think that needs to be done with each
Any
people
of the other
impacted.
residents who've testified?
So to our understanding, there's no option to repair. It has to be a total rebuild because the structure is not sound and it's not safe. The foundation is splitting on one end of the building, and at the floor level of the bottom units, the foundation is actually cracking and separating. That's actually what was exposed initially, where we had to pay for an independent engineer to come in and do a structural investigation. And I think we paid, was it between 60 and 80,000? For an independent engineer to come in and to assess the building structure. And I think outside of that, DC has recently did their own assessment, and it was concluded that this is not a repair situation. This is a tear down and rebuild.
So as a resident, would you like it rebuilt and you move back? Or would you like to just, I don't know if this is possible, but you would like to be made whole and you'll just find another home?
So we gave a clear outline report or PowerPoint presentation outlining a full ask. I think because everybody during this duration of time, life situations have changed in many various ways. It's not a one size shoe fits all, but many of us invested in this for it to be a long-term investment, not a temporary situation. We do know at some point the district will have a facility building structure of some sort there. And if that is to happen, we absolutely want to be on the front end of that and have our homes back if possible.
I'm over my time, but anyone else want to speak before I turn to Councilmember White? Councilmember White? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me first acknowledge what you pointed out directly, Ms. Chambers. But I was thinking about it as LaDonna May, as you testified and others testified. I know it can't be easy to relive, have to retell and restate this over and over again. So I appreciate you being with us, and I regret that you have to tell this story over and over again. I think what a lot of this comes down to is liability and money, and the government doesn't want to accept liability, and I get it. And it will cost money to either make residents whole or to rebuild, and I get that. But sometimes we just have to suck things up because this situation is what it is. We have to learn what we can learn, and we need to move on. But moving on means that we need to make whole the people who have been affected. And the people who have been affected are entirely or almost entirely Black people in a city where the mayor is Black and the majority of the council is Black. And it has to be embarrassing to us to see Black people, many of them native to this city, be displaced and live in limbo this long. But I also want to give some context because I am sensitive to the fact that the city would have to suck up what is a lot of money because of a bad contractor. But the reality is, when we look at what we have paid on school construction projects, things of systems that we've paid for that have not worked, and we've had to pay millions and millions of dollars to re-repair those things, this is something we've had to do. When we look at the public benefit system, something we paid probably $100 million for, and it's a system that's underperforming. And guess what we got to do? We got to fix it or we got to buy a new system. And so sometimes it is not ideal, but sometimes we have to eat that cost. And someone's going to have to eat the cost here. It cannot be the residents and the children that have been displaced here. So even as this is complex, and we got to figure out who's liable and what we do differently going forward. We can't lose sight of the key issue, which is that we have got to help the people and the families that have been displaced in this situation. There is no way around it. And let's do what we need to do to rebuild or make people whole and figure out the rest, not leave people holding the bag and their families in limbo as we figure it out. I think we can do better than that. Let me ask Caitlin Lee, are you still with us? I think you were virtual.
Yes, I'm still here.
Excellent. You mentioned, you testified about your process of your home purchase. Why did you choose the River East at Grandview condos?
That's a really good question. I was actually encouraged to buy a home from my older sister. She, was very encouraging and was part of that entire process for me. I sought, so I knew that I needed support though. I was, I was young. I didn't really know how to start the process, what to do. I didn't know if my credit was good enough. I didn't have any down payment assistance. I absolutely had no idea what I was doing. And I heard about this program and thought that it would be a really good fit for me. I got connected to SVD through the individuals who did my my mortgage, essentially. They were the ones that connected me to SVD, and that's how I ended up purchasing the condo.
I appreciate it. So it was recommended to you that you look at this particular condo unit.
It was. I had no idea about it until I went through the HPAP program.
LaDonna Mae, was your process any different? How did you determine this property?
SVD have multiple developments that they've done through HPAP, right, or IZ program. They have some on Fairlawn, they have some on 17th and Gainesville, and that's where I was originally going to go. The townhomes on 16th and Gainesville, 16th and 17th and Gainesville Southeast, and I was not able to get my credit. And they said, hey, well, we have a new development coming up. Want to check those out? Sure. So I went and visited that location, and I was like, okay, I'll take this because I want to be a homeowner and I want to stay in Ward 8. And so I took the opportunity.
I appreciate that. Ms. Chambers, you mentioned that some of the residents have not gotten a lease extension because they couldn't do a 9-month lease extension where they're living. If you could hit your microphone before you answer.
Yes, that is correct. So in my particular living situation, the leasing company does not offer a lease under 1 year. And if I'm not mistaken, there are other people who are affected by that as well. And so we are going month to month.
Okay, which means the government is paying more.
And they're paying more, which also doesn't make sense if we're talking about good budgeting and what funds are available. And to speak to your comment before you went on to everybody else, in particular to my testimony, we're saying the same thing. I am in full agreement with that. But the whole issue is that we have been delayed for all of this time. Action speaks louder than the words. We haven't gotten anything in writing. There hasn't been anything definitive. And so that was really ultimately what I was communicating.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need actions put to this process that we have been enduring.
I appreciate that. That's what we have to get to today is actions.
Agreed.
So a resolution doesn't look the same for everyone, but a resolution is necessary regardless. One of the things, I don't want to spend too much time here, but Ms. May, you mentioned some things that I think people listening to the testimony can easily sort of miss the complexity of, and you explain what it was like to go through living with the repairs happening in real time. But talk to me about leading up to those repairs. did you have to have meetings with the developers first? Did you have to have meetings with DCRA? How did you get
Which
to the point?
time?
Let's say the first time.
The first time. So the first time you see hairline cracks and you go to the foreman, I guess, he
Mhm.
would be called Randy, on site and say, hey, I have cracks. And they come in and they're, well, you would think they would come in and fix them, but they would tell me, no, you gotta wait a year before we come and fix. And you're like, no, that's not quite right. And so you would send it in builder's tran or email to the developer SVD, and then they would send someone in to repair those issues. But you think about it, they removed and replaced my main wall in my upstairs and downstairs 4 times before I decided that they are, one, hiding something, or they don't know what they're doing. And so I went out and hired a structural engineer to come in and monitor my unit so that I could make sure that my house was safe. And so that's when they came in, they monitored. I was moving about 1/4 of an inch every 6 months. And so there's nothing I can do. Settlements, if you know, Surfside in Miami didn't move that much in 20 years. And we were doing it in less than a year. And so I reached out to DCRA because the inspectors are the ones that said, hey, they did a good job. It passed inspection. You can have a certificate of occupancy so that DHCD can pay you the rest of your money. So you should be able to help me. And DHCD told me no. I mean, DCRA said no, there's nothing we could do. DHCD told me, oh, there's nothing we can do either. Go back to the developers.
Mr. Teresa, one of the things that sure agencies are trying to figure out is the question of liability. Would you say there's a distinction here between this situation and, let's say, another building built using Housing Production Trust Fund money? So if another building is built using Housing Production Trust Fund money and there are issues in that building, is the government opening itself up to unlimited liability in future cases where buildings were built with the Housing Production Trust Fund, or is there a distinction that we can make here?
I don't think that it would be a situation where the government's opening up itself to unlimited liability. I think it's just a situation where this particular application had several problems with it, and it should not have been approved as it was. And I think if someone were to look at it and just go through, it's about 286 pages, you know, they would see that.
Thank you all very much for testimony and the folks testifying virtually. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tran White, if you have questions. No, don't get up yet. There's
Thank you,
another
Chair.
councilmember here.
Okay.
Councilmember White.
Yes, thank you. I want to jump to you, Mr. Teresa. On January the 18th, was in a Zoom with some residents who expressed that they were in the Court of Appeals with this property. And I know that you only represent a fraction of the owners here. Is that you or is that another lawyer that mentioned that?
LaRuby May has filed an appeal with some plaintiffs at Stanton View, and their case is pending appeal. We're still in Superior Court for most of our claims.
Okay. There was also other residents who filed consumer protection complaints. Is there an update for public record on that you know of anybody can?
Well, yeah, we filed Consumer Procedure Protection Act claims against MANA based on accident, omissions, and marketing the product and representations that they made about the site. Those claims are still alive. We're in discovery right now. Our plaintiffs have been deposed and we're about to depose them. We've received documents. So we're pressing forward, hopefully, to trial.
Okay, sound like you're still fighting that on that level. At some point, and this is to anyone who can answer this, at some point there was a number floating around about what will make residents whole. And I know some residents in that conversation wanted to come back to that property. Some residents just want to move on and forget about it. But did the condo association come up with an actual number at all to some consensus of what that would look like?
Market value?
No. Yeah, I know.
Our
You can't-
treasurer.
You'll have to come up later. No, you have to come up later. Yes,
Our treasurer can speak to that
okay.
Okay,
in
she's not.
detail.
Okay, she's gonna come up later.
Yes.
Okay. A question.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If I could, council member,
Yes.
this is Caitlin Lee. Just to kind of address what you just asked, I know that there are a lot of people who would like to go back to the property if it were to be rebuilt. I know myself and a few other homeowners would prefer to have some type of buyout. I do not feel comfortable going back to that property, and I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Yeah, I know there was another issue to keep the bull operating after the 60 days. I do know that I introduced emergency legislation and passed a bill for a 1 year exemption for the taxes. Look like we're gonna have to do that again. But was there a number that was needed to keep the bull operating so you all can at least be still in the fight?
I believe all those questions would have to be answered by someone on the board.
Okay. Mr. Teresa, do you have any information as a lawyer representing some fraction of those constituents?
No, Councilman, I don't.
Okay, no problem. I did read a report, I believe it was December 2022, site inspection 13B. And I did see that there was more movement on the property as far as shifting. And I know we are going into the winter months. And I will be asking DOB some questions related to that. Did any residents have any comments on that? Because I think you all had some genuine concern about that, because I think that there were some who actually went back on the property, or some people were still on the property and the property still shifting. If someone can speak to that, that'll be helpful.
We
I think-
still haven't received a clear, concise answer as to even if we should re-enter our properties at all. There were notices put on our properties, 2 months ago? Roughly 2 months ago about, our properties being hazardous, unhabitable. But
They were in a domain of collapsing. There was a report that said that they were gonna collapse and that we should take immediate action on it. But then the inspector for DC said, oh no, after they put orange signs on everyone's door, they came back and said, oh no, just playing. Your house is safe, you can go back. So we don't know really what is going on with that issue.
so we don't
can
even know
speak-
if it's safe to retrieve anything out of our properties, or should we stay away? And for the residents that were deemed safe, there are still some people on the property in those homes, and I don't think anybody's quote unquote safe. Because if one side of the building collapsed, are you telling me that these so-called residents will not be unharmed?
Right,
Can
we're all
you-
connected.
Yeah.
Each unit is connected, so.
If I could also speak, this is Caitlin Lee. I'm in 12B. I've actually had to board up the big kind of window in the front of my condo because of the shifting. There's cracking in the windows that's causing the glass to actually shatter. And so I was worried that as it continues to shift and with the winter months that it would actually break completely. So I actually had to have someone come and board that up for me. I also just want to continue to point out about the individuals on Morris. I have a lot of concerns for them as well. God forbid if our building were to collapse, it would absolutely devastate the families and the homes right behind us as well.
Councilmember White, Falcon released a report probably about 2 months ago. If you have yet to read that, I would encourage you to read that, and it explains where we are now and the danger to not just Talbot Street, but Morris Road.
Got that. And I think, was that the December 22 report that came out? Or was this an additional report?
No, that report came out maybe
'Cause this was, I think the
2
inspection
months
was done.
ago, maybe a month or two ago by Falcon.
Okay, I read the Falcon report, but I'm not sure if this was the same
It's
one that,
two reports from Falcon. One is about a year old, and then
Okay.
there's one that's about 2 months old.
I got it. And for public record, I know there was a sensitive conversation about the government intervening and addressing the issues with the laws in HPAP. Can you all speak to how the laws in mortgage and credit and those things is affecting you getting another property in the interim for public record?
Well, we cannot move forward because we still have this whole entire situation looming. And as it has already been stated that to even purchase another home in the same area, the market value has increased. And so, you know, just the whole idea of us having to start over is insane to me. That's what's being suggested to us. And so all of the details regarding HPAP and all of that, to me, it's something that really needs to be addressed because the cost of the market value for the homes have increased like double of what we purchased our homes at the time of purchase. So some of those things are actually mentioned in our list of asks. So that's something that one of the board members will can address.
But without help with our current mortgages, there's no other bank that's going to give us a second mortgage to purchase another home. I don't know about any of my residents or neighbors, but I cannot have two mortgages. My income will not allow me to have two mortgages to purchase another home. So I have to dissolve the first mortgage in order to even be able to go find a home to get another mortgage.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I wanted to make sure that was on public record. As alluded to in my opening statement, I did get a chance to talk to the owners and developers of the new High Street townhouse that will be built. And he agreed to speaking with you all to figure out what he can work out to, if at all, you know, he just was open to the I wanted to make sure I put on his notice that what we're going through on top, and he was fully aware. The developers, the whole team is fully aware to see if we can work out something with those new, even though there's only 22, I know it's over 47 with you guys, but I just want to get your thoughts on that. Is that an option? What's your thoughts on that? In lieu of this whole focus piece?
That would be a great option for some of us, but however, we can't think about that option when we still have a current mortgage that we are paying. You're saying that he's willing to allow us to come there, but we can't think about that. We have to think about our current mortgage and how we're going to pay it off and get out of it so that we can get into another mortgage.
I know there was an appetite also for the government to create a pot of money to pay off the old mortgage to make you all whole in that. And that was part of my questions about making you guys whole. What have you all come up with that number? If so, and I think the answer in short was no, because I guess people have different desires, but that would be helpful to us as council members as we communicate back with the executive.
So we did have a clear ask from the very beginning, and we have consistently reiterated that it's not and we were able to kind of solidify each person's expectations, whatever life changes they've had during this duration of time. It was something to accommodate everybody's ask within that PowerPoint presentation that we've provided almost from the beginning.
And one of
Councilmember,
the
Councilmember, your time is up.
Chairman, can I get one more question in this round, if you
Sure.
may? I know one of the issues were about equity. Can you explain how this reflects that in the PowerPoint?
I did not create the PowerPoint, so no, I cannot.
I know we did address or speak to our equity. I'm not sure the financial specifics as to what we indicated in the presentation, But every possible thing that you can think of, I promise you, it's there. We fully met with Department of Housing, Drew Hubbard, and we gave him our clear PowerPoint presentation that spoke to every question that you could possibly ask.
And I will say this, in general, it's generally spoken to as far as the equity. And even regarding your earlier question about us having different desires, it's not just about different desires, but we all have, regarding the first trust mortgage, we all have different amounts that we owe, right? So
Right.
that's going to mean something different for each of us, that, including the equity. Our equity is going to be different because we didn't all purchase at the same time.
Okay.
So it was generally speaking in that list of asks, and that is what we have not gotten a response to, that we're waiting for, so that we can talk about how much it's going to, what the exact cost will look like for each homeowner.
But there were promises made to
Yes.
give us loan forgiveness, to give us HPAP forgiveness, and to even give DHCD the 150,000 for the 15-year stay forgiveness. And we haven't seen any of that in writing or anything clear to coincide with those promises.
I think we're still waiting for the proposal that Mr. Hubbard told us that he was working on before he was relocated to a different agency.
Right. Thank you. And I think that was from January. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I do want to note the director of the Department of Buildings is here, and I believe the director of DHCD is here. And I will ask the question about whether residents, it's safe for them to re-enter the properties. And also, the treasurer, are you on the witness list? All right, so we'll get to you. So let me go to the witness list. We're on page 2. Stephanie Thomas. Kara Johnson. Monica Ferguson. Jerusalem Belai. Hezi Chestnut. Harry Dvorsitz. I understand he's virtual. Howard Helland. Aaliyah Avery. Come forward. Sure, instead of you, yes. Give me just a second. Ralph is virtual. Trying to get a couple more witnesses who are virtual. Shannon Gopal and Laverne Thomas. I believe they're both here and they're virtual. And you're Miss Avery, correct? Yes. Okay, and your name is?
Jackie Eisberg. I am on the witness.
Yes,
Well, let's.
so I've marked you down. All right, so let's begin with Kara Johnson. There's a 3-minute timer, so please be mindful of the time. You may have noticed the only person that I interrupted was somebody who was going on 6-7 minutes. So I'm not going to cut you off at 3, but try to stay within the time. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, DC Council, committee members, and the general public. My name is Kara Johnson. I am a unit owner at the Grandview Estates Development. And today I testify against the dire shortfalls of DHCD, DCRA, OAG, Stanton View Development LLC, contractors, subcontractors, and all other District of Columbia agencies involved in this 46-unit project intended to provide home ownership. The title for this hearing is correct. For 45 homeowners and I have been living through a demonic debacle for the past 2+ years. I testify against the findings of the Silman Structural Engineering Review Report produced in January 2023. I testify against the $6 million tax break the government of DC allotted Stanton View Development LLC that filed for Chapter 7 and Chapter 11 bankruptcy in September 2020, only to continue building operations in jurisdictions outside of the District of Columbia. I testify against the reactive responses versus the proactive prevention the district agencies have performed for the Talbot owners since August 2021. What occurred at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast was not an isolated event. The structural issues, floor to ceiling cracks, intense shifting, incredible leaking, mold, and spore outbreaks occurred to the entire development, which has affected all 46 homeowners. One homeowner began to be affected, followed by another, followed by several more, which quickly turned into a devastating domino effect. This is not normal. It is not normal for brand new construction to have major foundational defects only to be covered under the pretense of normal shifting. It is not normal to receive a notice through the HOA, actually through Falcon Engineering, that you have 2 weeks to vacate your property due to the unsafe foundation with no assurance if you can ever return to your home. It is not normal to live in temporary housing for over 2 years while still being financially responsible for a dilapidated property through mortgage, HOA, property tax payments, etc. It is not normal for a tiny development in Ward 8 to get multiple news coverage over 15 times now over the last 2 years with no resolution. And it is not normal to inform 46 displaced homeowners in August 2023 that they have 9 more months of temporary housing under the DHS task force, and then you're basically on your own to figure it out. On June 9th, 2022, Mayor Bowser launched the Black Homeownership Strike Force to increase and support homeownership for Black residents of the District of Columbia. In October 2021, the Grandview Estates Homeowners Association conducted a survey of the demographics of the 1262 Talbot Street homeowners. 90% of the homeowners and their families are first-time and or first-generation homeowners. In addition, 85% of the homeowners have completed over 400 certified hours of first-time home buying courses and budgeting financing courses. The homeowners of 1262 Talbot Street has consistently done their due diligence in regards to receiving a stable home for themselves and families for wealth building and community in an ever-increasing affordable city. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has been robbed, shattered, and destroyed due to the negligence and carelessness of all I've named at the beginning of this statement. It is really only a miracle that the collapse that occurred at the Surfside condos on June 24th, 2021 in Surfside, Florida, which killed 98 people, did not happen here in this city. Yet it can happen as the unstable building is still standing. I'm requesting for complete recompense and restitution for being displaced from my home at 1262 Talbot Street, Southeast, Unit 12A. I am requesting to be 100% released financially of the mortgage, property taxes, HOA payments, and all second mortgage responsibilities. I am requesting the full market value of my unit if there were not any structural foundational issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Jerusalem Balai,
Yes,
and good afternoon.
good afternoon. Hi, I'm Jerusalem Balai, and I am one of the condo owners at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast. Thank you for bringing our housing crisis to light as this is overdue. I went through the HPAP process in early 2017 and learned about the River East at Grandview condos while at a mandatory HPAP workshop in the spring of that year. Unit 8A was one of a couple of units, a couple of condos I was interested in at that time. Once I expressed my interest to the developer, Stanton View Development, I was rushed through a process to close on a unit as it was advertised several times to me as this first come, first serve limited time opportunity to purchase a three bedroom, 2.5 bath with a semi-private rooftop. And I was actually, okay, so hold on, with the semi-private rooftop by MANA. So we were required to process our paperwork through MANA. And because it was first come, first serve, there was a certain level of pressure. I used a home inspector provided by this organization, and it was highly encouraged that I use one of the 3 inspectors that they provided to us. By December 2017, I learned from neighbors that there were certain structural issues. A neighbor was displaced because of these issues, even at that time. These issues were brought to Stanton View Development as they were occurring. I was told various times that changes with windows and doors were just part of settling for new construction, to which the developer would offer Band-Aid type of solutions. For instance, in regards to my unit, there was a gaping hole at the front door threshold of my unit, which would open, and the site supervisor, Randy, would come and basically add some kind of bonding to close it up, and this would happen constantly since 2017. And now it's pretty wide, which in my unit 8A is actually, the back end is facing Morris Road. So this would mean that my unit could fall off essentially, or it's separating from the stairway. As a community, we could not officially have a COA board until we met 75% occupancy of the property, which did not occur until mid-2019. By this point, we were already organizing to get a structural claim from DC government. One incident I recall is attempting to retrieve blueprints from 12 for my unit as a condo owner from DCRA, but we could not find that information. We were evacuated in 2021 and had to negotiate for each accommodation as we attempted to live normal lives at the same time. Even now in October 2023, I am still having back and forth conversations with DHS regarding outstanding utilities and rent owed to my landlord for my temporary housing. The effects of this experience are difficult to articulate here. I did not truly understand how much this has impacted me until recently as I tried to work with DHS on relocating my temporary housing closer to school, which I attempted to begin this fall. Unfortunately, I've had to ask for a voluntary leave of absence as a consequence of this back and forth and a lack of certainty regarding my housing. I've had to take time away from work over these past 5 years of advocating for my home and can say absolutely that this has negatively affected my work as well. I realize in preparing for today's testimony, I have lost so much because of this housing crisis, and I call it a crisis. It seems as though my life has stopped short since I became a homeowner here in Washington, DC. I am disappointed beyond what words can express, and today I'm asking to be put back in a position I would have been if Unit 8A had been properly constructed as advertised to me, a stable homeowner. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Balai. Kessie Chestnut.
Good afternoon. My name is Kessie Chestnut, a native Washingtonian who's been fortunate enough to see the many changes and growth in my home city, but also unfortunate enough to have experienced homelessness here as a single mother. When I purchased my home on Talbot Street, after dealing with family shelters and transitional housing, it was a tremendous source of pride, a lifted burden, as I was able to show my children what hard work and dedication could lead to. Then my children have instead had to witness the results of negligence, consequences of substandard work, and the fight and persistence of a community determined not to be taken advantage of. To be forced to move and relocate my family a mere 4 years after the fulfillment of a dream was heartbreaking. Coupled with the uncertainty of a long-term solution, past 2 years have been nothing less than stressful and demoralizing.
Can you turn your mic on? Thank you.
During the already troubling times of the past 3 years, my children additionally suffered from anxiety that translated into behavioral and academic issues at school. As a parent, it was one of the hardest things to have to explain why we were losing our home after so much loss due to COVID. They didn't get all of the architectural lingo or understand why they had to leave their almost new home that we had just settled into. Of all the loss that we experienced during the pandemic, our home was the most devastating, as it was our safe place and haven during the most difficult times we have ever faced. My neighbors and I invested in the opportunity that our city provided to achieve the American dream of home ownership, and through no fault of our own, it rapidly turned into a living nightmare that we have not been able to awake from for 2 years now. I feel robbed by the city that I love of the opportunity to raise my family in a stable and secure home that we created memories in. I'm a third-generation native who took great pride in owning a home in this world-class city that has given me so much. And my daughter, who was in middle school when this all began, will now go off to college, not knowing where or if she will even have a home to come home to. The promise of being made whole was broken by a half-hearted and almost insulting offer made by the DC government that tried to cover our wounds with a cute but hasty Band-Aid. And though I'm grateful for the assistance the city is providing, it does not give me any peace of mind in not knowing or having a permanent fix to our problem. What we deserve is to be remade whole through both financial relief and housing options that restore our families to an equal or better situation than the ones we were forced out of. And not only should our mortgages be paid in full, there should be the consideration of upgrades and investments in our homes and equity we built since purchase. Rental assistance should be extended unconditionally until there is a resolution to our housing situation. The housing market is completely different from the one we entered into some 5-6 years ago, so we should all, if desired, receive the maximum assistance from HPAP to make up for this huge discrepancy. And if the site where our home's on is redeveloped for housing, we should unquestionably have first right of refusal. Of course, we want our homes, but if that is not feasible, the value given to homeowners for their loss should at least be assessed at fair market value in today's market. The asks of the association for the purpose of being made whole is the very least the city should be able to provide to its residents who are placed in an unimaginably hard situation through no fault of their own. Council members and Mayor Bowser, please end this nightmare for our families. Restore faith in our city and the systems it has in place, and hold responsible parties accountable so no resident has to experience this ever again. And in making your decisions from here on out, please ask yourself what you would want done if your family was placed in this position. And I'm ever appreciative of all the efforts and hard work of the board and fellow neighbors and their families who took this matter on like it was a second job and have not settled for less than we deserve. Thank you all for your time and attention to this urgent matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chestnut. I'm going to go to Ms. Eisworth, and then I'll go to the folks who are virtual.
Thank you, sir. So if there's one silver lining about today, we can come to some agreement, find some hope in today. It's an opportunity for a reunion, for all of us to be together as owners, as one. It's been a long time, and I've missed each and every one of you. And just to speak to the strength in our community and the support we provide together and support we give to one another, I was asked to sit by her side to give her the strength and courage to deliver her testimony. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
My name is Leah Avey. I live at 1262.
Hold the microphone to you.
Yes, my name is Leah Avey. I live at 1262 Tavis Street. I was the owner. And the place, how they built it, it was wrong because we all Black people. And I had flies, ants. The water heater busted downstairs. I couldn't stay there. It was mildew, had asthma problem. I couldn't hardly breathe. So that's why I had to move. I couldn't stay there. I don't want to go back. I just prefer a new home. I want to move on. I have grandkids. I don't want to start my life all over again. It was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking.
Thank you, Ms. Avery.
Okay.
Ms. Iceworth, was there anything more you wanted to say?
Nothing more. Thank you for letting me sit in and provide support.
All right, because I do have a statement from you.
Oh, if agreeable, I will provide my own testimony.
Why don't you do that now?
Okay, sure. Dear honorable council members, as a River East at Grandview Condominium Owner Association's board member and owner representing the interest and concerns of our valued condominium owners, I present this testimony to bring to your attention a matter of utmost importance, a clear and concise proposal outlining our specific asks. We, as an association, acknowledge the responsibility and commitment of the City Council to uphold the well-being and welfare of its constituents. It is with sincere hope and the desire for justice that you carefully consider our specific requests which warrant your immediate attention, support, and action in rectifying a grave injustice that has befallen our condo owners. With this statement, we implore you, esteemed council members, to consider the specific requests carefully as we believe they are essential to rectifying the damage suffered by owners. We recognize that no legislation can turn back the clock or entirely erase the pain and turmoil we have endured. However, we firmly believe that your support through emergency legislation will initiate the healing process and provide owners with a fresh start to home ownership. We humbly request steadfast action to pass legislation reviewed by your legal and budget entities on at least one of the following proposed resolution options. Resolution option 1, for the DC government to buy out or assume the first trust mortgages of each owner, forgive HPTF and HPAP obligations that are presently the responsibility of owners paid monthly on a home for which they don't reside, and distribute HPAP funds to all owners towards the purchase of a new home, waiving eligibility requirements and providing each owner with maximum HPAP loan amount $202K in the form of a forgivable loan or grant, and allow all owners priority access to purchase one of DC's inclusionary zoning or affordable dwelling units without covenant restrictions such as household size limits, income limits, and selling constraints. This will help expedite owners' housing search process in an uncertain real estate market characterized by increased interest rates, limited supply, and elevated prices. And request that mortgage lenders be required to remove all mentions of forbearance and delinquencies impacting credit scores as a condition of payoffs. This step is crucial to prevent any negative impact to owners' credit history should they need to apply for a future first trust loan, and extend owners' temporary housing certificate until a resolution is reached. Resolution option 2. The district government will offer each owner the ability to sell their unit to the district at market value price comparable to similar well-constructed properties nearby and forgive HPTF and HPAP obligations and extend owners' temporary housing certificates until a resolution is reached. Resolution option 3. The district government will finance in the form of a forgivable grant or loan, the demolition, pre-construction costs, and the rebuild of the property at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast, and forgive HPAP and HTPF obligations, and extend owners' temporary housing certificates until a resolution is reached. To put it simply, our ask is for the district government to do and use whatever means necessary to restore home ownership for each owner. Our community deserves to be made whole, and it is our sincerest hope that you will champion our cause and guide the way towards a reasonable and just resolution. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. Carrie Dvorsits.
Hi, good afternoon. The purpose of my testimony today is to discuss what has occurred and what could occur going forward associated with the unusual, confusing, and chaotic nightmare faced by River East at Grandview Condominium and its owners. My name is Carrie Dvorsets. I'm a lawyer in private practice, practicing community association law in DC for about 20 years. In the past, I've testified before the council with a different hat on, that of co-chair and member of the Community Association Institute's DC Legislative Action Committee. Today, though, I'm here on behalf of one condo association, my firm's client, whose new construction was completed about 5 years ago, and whose buildings and condo units are structurally unsound, largely uninhabitable, or as to some units, will be uninhabitable soon, with 46 units and likely at one time over 100 residents. The purchasers, as we've heard today, were all first-time home buyers. The condo association engaged in a significant efforts to successfully obtain an over $400,000 warranty bond, which essentially came from the developer, but was administered by DC government about 2 years ago. The developer was in bankruptcy at the time, which made it extra hard to argue and obtain it, but it was successfully obtained. And pursuant to the law and the district's expectations regarding the use of those funds, the association hired structural engineering firms to study and advise on the safety of the property and to provide an opinion on the viability of repairing these townhome style condos or demolishing them all and rebuilding. The engineers, the associations, and DCs have all agreed without reservation that the community must be torn down and rebuilt. A step that doesn't appear to have been followed in the development of this project, causing the buildings to sink and become structurally unsound. Neither the inspectors, nor the regulators, nor the developers, nor its contractors appear to have tested, gauged, measured, or otherwise properly ensured the safety or soundness of the buildings at important stages of construction. The buildings are sinking due to soil compaction. And one of the, if not the issue associated with this failed DC subsidized project is that the soil on which the buildings were built was not properly compacted or tested to ensure it was able to support the buildings built atop it. The association will run out of money in early 2024. The district offered some assistance to displaced owners and the association, but what remains uncertain, a floating unknown that's maddening to the owners and the association, is what's next. The district has, over the last several months, suggested it would be willing to pay off the unit owners' first mortgages and forgive DC-backed loans that would have been forgiven at some point anyway, among other components as to what may or may not be an actual, alive, real offer. It's as clear as mud what's on the table currently. In any case, that'd require 46 individual owners and the district government to come to agreements with each other. Another idea, which hasn't been explored fully, but has been touched on, is to utilize the same funds that DC has indicated it would spend to pay off first mortgages, so that the association, whose members are all owners, would have funds to significantly offset the cost to demolish and rebuild, enabling owners to eventually move back in and to not have to sell their properties. Note, this is a suggestion for consideration that has not necessarily been approved by the owners. I have worked closely with DHCD and Chairman Mendelson and his office over many months, and I'm interested in continuing to do so. At this point, though, there needs to be a plan and some certainty. The purgatory in which the association and its owners have found themselves has lasted too long and prolongs the chaos, pain, confusion, anxiety, and uncertainty. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Dvorsets. Howard Helland.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having all of us here to testify, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and all others in attendance. I'm here today to testify and share my experiences through the eyes of a person that has involved with this debacle since 2019, to hopefully provide insight on how to avoid this type of situation happening again. I've been in the property management industry for well over 15 years, and for 15 years prior to that, I was a licensed contractor in Maryland and the District of Columbia. I've been recognized as an expert witness in the Maryland Circuit Court in the area of home improvements and construction and have testified dozens of times. The volunteer board of directors for the association reached out to us for an interview. I met the board for the first time in 2019 and sat down with them to discuss the state of the community before being chosen to be their property management agent. We went into this with an understanding the community was already experiencing issues, and the board had filed a claim with the DC Department of Housing and Community Development, reporting construction defects. Throughout the last 4+ years, I've heard many stories, issues, and many problems reported by the owners. I have been cried to, yelled at, and commiserated with every one of them in our effort to find a resolution. Together, we have followed the bureaucratic process put forth by the district, and we have spent countless hours and used every contact in our Rolodex to get us to this point. We were successful in securing the bond funds held by the district on behalf of the developer, which was not an easy task. We utilized multiple engineering firms to substantiate what was blatantly obvious to anyone that set foot on the property only months after it was built. I had to send communication and speak to owners to tell them they could no longer live in their dream homes that they had worked so hard to own. This was heartbreaking. All of this might have been avoided with proper oversight and adherence to already existing building codes and compliance regulations that are supposed to be enforced and regulated by the District of Columbia. Engineers reported that the proper soil sampling and density reports were never completed, resulting in the current property conditions. We may never know that if the proper steps were taken during the building process, if the conditions today would be any different. The issues with the foundations became obviously apparent within months of the first unit being occupied. The developer took half measures to cover up the underlying issues and dragged the process out for years. The board had the foresight and intelligence to file the structural warranty bond claim with the DC Department of Housing and Community Development, but here's where things can be immensely improved. This process has been plagued with red tape, constant delays, and in most cases, no action until it was too late. If the claim reporting process were better designed to provide immediate action to such vital and important defects that threaten life and safety, it would greatly reduce the suffering and potential for loss of life and property. I ask that the process be assessed and improved with the owner's safety being front of mind. The district is heavily invested in this community, and every owner needs a resolution that makes them whole again. An offer was already presented to the community over 7 months ago. It was responded to, and since then, there has been silence. This needless suffering needs to end now. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Helland. Laverne Thomas.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Oh, I'm not on camera.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Laverne Thomas, mother of Shannon Thomas. I'm here today to testify on my frustration of the inhumane treatment to my daughter, Shannon Thomas, who, like me, expected to achieve the American dream of home ownership in the District of Columbia. Having grown up in Hillcrest, or more specifically, the Penn Branch community, her desire was not to take flight to Maryland or Virginia, but to remain in the city that she grew up in. Knowing that Anacostia was making a comeback or transformation, she opted to make her new home in that community. Shortly after moving into her new home, unfortunately, that dream was derailed by Stanton View Development, a corrupt developer hired by the District of Columbia. She had to vacate her home due to innumerable housing and building code violations. However, this company was able to walk away scot-free, devoid of any responsibility for these violations. What they did was not only criminal, but shattered dreams and put lives in danger as well. What I want today is for my daughter, Shannon Thomas, to be made whole, and for the DC Department of Housing and Community Development, DC Consumer and Regulatory Affairs and Stanton View Development to be held accountable for their irresponsible behaviors. What we have done is to disrupt my daughter and my what they have done is disrupt my daughter and my grandson's life and put them in harm's way. They are in temporary housing with a due date to vacate. They have ruined her good credit, caused her to be tied to a mortgage for a home that is no longer inhabitable, and with no promise of making her whole again. Just to be very clear, making her whole is taking full ownership of their misdeeds, refunding her down payment and closing costs, refunding all mortgage payments, getting her released from all obligations to her mortgage lender and any first-time home buyers loan programs, meaning all loans in the District of Columbia, and providing a letter to the credit bureau to restore her good credit rating and put her back in good standing. It is not the responsibility of is it not the responsibility of DC Consumer and Regulatory Affairs to provide inspections of the work of these developers? Who was that person in charge of overseeing the inspections at that time? Is it not the responsibility of DC Department of Housing and Community Development to make sure they are vetting and employing reputable, skilled, and honest developers that don't rip off this city? Who was that person in charge awarding this contract at that time? This was not the first time that the district has been in business with this company. So it is appalling to consider how many lives out there might be in danger and affected by his deliberate negligence and defrauding our government. That's criminal, and he should be made to pay for that. I also highly suspect that it's not the first complaint on the work provided by this company. I'm disgusted every time I think of the money that this company has basically stolen from the taxpayers of this city. But I'm even more disgusted that no one in DHCD, DCRA, or mayor's office is as upset about it as I am. No one has really been completely honest to these homeowners. All I'm hearing are lies and empty promises about fixing this so-called debacle. Putting families in temporary housing without definite answers for their future is a Band-Aid effect that we all know doesn't last forever. It is unconscionable to think that no one wants to take responsibility for what has happened. The nonchalant attitude and lack of vigilance to come to a remedy speaks volumes. What I'm hearing are delays, lies, and the pursuit of ways of not letting that responsibility fall on their shoulders. To each person that had a hand in this situation, do the job you were hired to do with the skill set you all claim to have. To that end, I want these entities to come to the right and humane conclusion today and make Shannon whole by resolving this debacle immediately, favorably, and permanently. Lastly, I would like to see an investigation launched on public record to be handled by the Office of the Inspector General into these blatant wrongdoings of each of these entities, and also the list of all properties constructed by this developer in the District of Columbia that could conceivably be dangerously impacting the lives of others. Thank you for your time and consideration in allowing me to speak on this sensitive matter.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Shannon Gopal, who's virtual.
Good afternoon, DC Council.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for holding this hearing and seeking a resolution to this crisis. We are a community, as you've seen, of 46 first-time homebuyers, many of whom overcame adversity and made responsible financial decisions to qualify for home ownership in the district. Some of us you may hear today were homeless before home ownership, and the majority of us single moms with a dream of creating stability for our children. All of us desired access to the known benefits of home ownership. When we signed the papers to purchase our home, we were all able to take a deep breath, knowing that the story of housing insecurity in Ward 8 would not be ours. We escaped that fate only to find out on August 17th, 2021, that we were all just another statistic with our homes stripped away after no wrongdoing of our own. We were given less than 2 weeks to relocate, as you've heard, in the middle of a pandemic, start of the school year, and then height of the housing market in DC. No one deserves this, certainly not the honest, hopeful, hardworking residents of 1262 Talbot Street, Southeast. When I purchased my home on September 1st, 2017, I was a single mom to a beautiful 9-month-old that wanted nothing more than a stable home for my daughter and I to grow and create memories in. Already feeling the guilt of raising her as a single parent, I wanted nothing more than stability for her. I had dreams of building home equity and creating financial stability for my daughter and I. I have for 6 years continued to pay my mortgage every month on time, despite not being able to occupy my home for fear of negatively impacting my credit and future purchasing power. I still do not know if there's any return on this now 6-year investment. This is, at its core, a racial equity issue, with 98% of our homeowners identifying as Black or Brown. The housing market has increased substantially since 2017, and we as homeowners do not have access to our home equity. We were actually told that there is no equity because the homes are uninhabitable. Understanding that many of us used a combination of HPAP, DHCD, and personal savings to purchase this home, I think that what is fair is a structurally sound rebuild where equity is retained. If that is not possible, then comparable homes with comparable monthly mortgage payments. I also asked the DC move expeditiously to get people into permanent housing and that rental assistance be provided in the interim. I also asked that we get on the same page with the district on what making whole means, because making whole is not just paying off the balance of the First Trust and HPAP loans, but also how much we have paid into the mortgage for, in my case, 6 years. I'm hopeful that what is right will prevail and urge council to help us reach a resolution. Thank you in advance.
Thank you, Ms. Gopal. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
I believe I sent it 2 days ago, but I can upload that again.
We'll double check, but resend it just in
Sure.
case. Thank you.
Okay.
We're gonna have a 5-minute round for questions. See if we can get through all the questions. Ms. Belai, in your testimony, you said, I'm having to go back and forth with DCDHS regarding utilities and rent owed to the landlord of my temporary housing. Elaborate? A microphone.
Yes, so there has not been a rent payment for this.
It was on, but you just get louder and
Closer.
closer.
Okay, so a rent payment for this current quarter has not been made, and there's an outstanding balance for utilities that has not been met for months. I would say back from this summer, and I've been following up with DHS along with relocating, and that has also been difficult.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Also with relocating.
So you're someone who's has suffered through several apartments since leaving Grandview Estates?
I've relocated once at this time so far, and I've requested back in August actually for information on how to relocate as my lease was coming up so I could move closer to school. And I did not really get much information for that. And I'm actually still going back and forth with DHS.
And with regard to the payments, your understanding or what the city has said to you and its Department of Human Services, DHS?
Yes.
What they've said to you is that they will pay the rent.
Yes, I actually spoke to a rep in October 23rd, and I was promised that a payment would be made by the end of the month, and that has not happened. I followed up this week and they were out of the office, so I still don't know what's going on.
And the landlord's bugging you?
The landlord is actually very accommodating because they understand this is unique. So I have an understanding with the property manager that if this negatively affects my credit, she will let me know as soon as possible. This is not the first time they've been late.
Okay. No, are you on the witness list? Well, you can't now. Can't now. Let's see, Mr. Quickly, I'd like to hear from each of you at the table, what benefits you've received so far, which I'm guessing is just a relocate. I think there was a cash payment maybe, and I think that was to cover relocation and then rental assistance utility, but I'd like each of you to tell me what benefits you've gotten. You're Ms. Johnson, right?
Yes, so we did receive a one-time cash payment. I believe that was in September or October of 2021 of $7,000 with relocation cost assistance. And then again, we did get temporary housing. Each individual is unique, but we did get individual housing. And I believe, as I said, everyone is unique, that we are getting monthly rental allowance, vehicle allowance if necessary, and storage fee unit as well. As Jerusalem said, I also had an issue last year where my rent was also paid late as well. And I believe it was in October 2022. I know it's the new fiscal year for the district, but my rent was also paid late as well.
And is the landlord threatening you with eviction?
No.
And the rental assistance and the relocation, is the relocation assistance part of the $7,000?
I think that was that was a one-off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it enough to cover your costs?
No.
The rent is paying the rent.
Yes. However, as I said, most individuals are unique. Some rental allowances do not even cover the rent, so most of us are even paying out of pocket a portion of the rent as well.
Okay, so you're paying a little bit more, you're paying on top of what the
Yeah, I'm
city's
paying on top, yeah.
And Ms. Belai, that's the same for you?
Yep, relocation costs up front, $7,000. In addition, there is assistance with rent, but I have to pay, the city basically pays about 88%, and I'm on the hook for the rest.
And Ms. Chestnut?
Yes, I received the initial relocation assistance, but my situation was a little different. I was deemed one of the safe units, and so I felt I had a little more time to stay in my unit and find the best situation for my family. But I did get I do get the rental assistance and monthly utilities at where I stay, and I have until. I'm also one of the fortunate ones. I have until January of 25 in where I am.
And Ms. Avery and Ms. Eisworth.
I did get $7,000. I'm in temporary housing now, but my lease will be up in September of next year.
Your lease is up already,
No, September coming up.
this coming September.
Yeah.
But so the city is paying, you should get closer to the microphone. So the city is paying your rent and your utilities. Are you paying anything on top of that for
No,
rent?
I'm just paying, they paying the money, but I'm still paying rent where I'm at now.
And Ms. Eisworth.
Yes, so the rental assistance or moving assistance, that was all, whatever we call it, there was one-time payout at initial, once the forced or recommended evacuation occurred, that anyone who wished to could take up the offer to receive those funds to assist.
That
with
was the
moving expenses.
$7,000
Yes, sir.
plus relocation?
No additional, that was a one-time $7,000 to cover moving expenses, relocation expenses, whatever term you want to use. And then once you settled in your new rental, any changes beyond that date you were paying out of pocket. So I'm one of those unique instances or examples where I've moved actually twice. And that was due to being in a lease where an owner had an interest to sell. And so wasn't willing to renew my lease. So I was forced to move and find another rental option. And those moves, I did not receive any additional assistance. So I had to, I had to front the money on my own to cover those expenses.
And are you paying rent on top of what the city's providing?
I have a mortgage payment that's due monthly that I still.
That wasn't my question, but I understand everybody has to pay their mortgage, and that's part of what the pain is here. But several testified that the rent that the city is paying is less than the rent that you owe, so you have to pay a little on top. Is that
Correct.
true for you?
So it is not true for me. However, I was close to, I intentionally selected a unit that really didn't accommodate my household because I didn't want to have to cover any additional expense and pay out of pocket. So we were given the option, kind of a range of units that they, through a form that we filled out, deemed were acceptable or proper size to accommodate our household. And anything that we select that was outside of the range of what the government was willing to pay in assistance, rental assistance, those owners had to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
So I made sacrifices to ensure that, I didn't go out of that range. So I didn't have to cover or pay anything additional out of pocket because frankly, I couldn't.
All right, thank you. I'm over my time. Councilmember White?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to this panel. I don't have a lot of questions for this panel. I want to clarify one thing, Ms. Johnson. In addition to the mortgage, did you say you're paying HOA fees as well?
Yes, we are still responsible for our HOA fees. I do believe that there is a program through HAF, which is the Homeowners Assistance Fund, that has been able to help us alleviate those HOA or outstanding HOA fees.
Okay. So folks are paying mortgage, some are paying HOA fees, some are paying rental costs in addition to the rent. Ms. Gopal's testimony noted that you have no equity because of the condition of the property. And so, I mean, you all are really stuck until the district figures this out. You are completely at the mercy of the District of Columbia government, unless you hit the lottery and find a way out of this. And I think we have to remember as we look at this, one, you are stuck until the government figures out a solution here, which means we've got to expedite it. It's been 2 years. That's too long for the situation you all have been in. And we also have to remember as we look for a resolution, the reality that for many people, equity in a home is the only wealth building we can do and the only wealth that we can hand on to our kids. And that's something that matters quite a lot. And this is a time where the cost of housing has increased significantly, which if the house was built well, the homes were built well, that would be to your benefit. But because it wasn't built well, it is to your detriment. Because now you will have to face a housing market where housing is a lot more expensive than it was. And these are things that I think we have to take into consideration as we figure out a resolution here. So I do appreciate you all being with us, appreciate the amount of work that you all have done and also the amount of pain that this situation has caused. And my goal is to help find an expeditious way through this and clarity on what all the next steps are. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Treon White? If you're speaking, we can't hear you, and you don't seem to be muted. Yeah, we're having a technical problem. I can see you talking, but we cannot hear you. Can you see, Councilmember White, if somehow, because you're not muted, but Can you see if somehow your audio is not working? While you're checking that, let me just say, one of the witnesses presented some options for the council, and I did mean to speak to this. The council's unable to require an expenditure except through the budget, and the council is unable to introduce a budget. We have to wait for the mayor. So the mayor will be submitting a budget to us in March. I realize that's what, 4 or 5 months away from now. But the testimony was that the council, through emergency action, adopt one of, I think it was 3 options. And I'm assuming that each of those has a cost. And the chief financial officer would say to the council, there's a fiscal impact, and we are unable to adopt emergency bills that have a fiscal impact. So there are ways like the rental assistance that the government is able to provide through existing programs. But trying those solutions right now, the council can't do that right now through emergency action. Councilmember White, my staff says you might be back, although I see you're muted.
Check 1, 2.
Yes, we can hear you. It's beautiful.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't have many questions. I did have some concern in reference to the money being spent for, I guess, the condo fees. If someone can speak to the monthly expenses of that, and where they are with the homeowner association. I tried to get answers about this in the last panel, but I think we're waiting for the treasurer or accountant to come up.
I can speak to that just briefly, but yeah, the treasurer's testimony is going to a little bit better clearly define what the monthly expenses are. But their insurance costs for the master insurance policy and directors and officers went from about $14,000 to $133,000 because of the condition of the community. Even if every owner paid their monthly assessment, it wouldn't cover about half of that. So the community is 100% relying on district granted funds to cover their insurance expenses. And when that runs out, they will no longer be a viable entity.
That's helpful. What about other bills involving like lawyers, landscaping?
Yeah. Yeah, it's ongoing. There's, monthly obligations that they have. They still have to have trash service. There are still a few residents living on the property. They have legal bills. They have management bills. They have regular operating expenses that they have to maintain to keep the community in a condition that's presentable. The district has cited them for property conditions even during all of this that we've had to work through and get rectified, which costs money and time and resources. But yeah, it still functions as a valid business entity.
Got it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I did have one other question, I think, for Mr. Dvorsets. The property went on the market in 2017, thereabouts.
Yeah.
And in your statement, you said the association engaged in a significant effort to obtain an over $400,000 warranty bond approximately 2 years ago. So that's 2021. I'm guessing the warranty bond wasn't enough, but that sounds like the developer didn't post a bond. And it was fortuitous that the association sought a bond. Could you explain that?
No, the association's board of directors filed for a warranty bond, but it took a long time for that to be processed. I think there may have been competing filings by unit owners. The law has since changed associated with DHCD's processing of warranty bond claims, but at the time, I think that it just took a long time. And then there's another firm that isn't mine that has expertise in bankruptcy and construction litigation that the association had to retain. And among other things, the developer or its lawyers or the bankruptcy trustee argued to the bankruptcy court that the bond doesn't belong to the association or the district, that it belongs to the bankruptcy estate, which is essentially the bankrupt entity. So there was a lot of bankruptcy lawyering that needed to be done to convince judges and others that the money that is essentially the developer's money or its own agents or carriers money was processed and extracted from whoever was holding on to it. For a brief time, that was the bankruptcy estate. So that I think that you only have 2 years to apply for the warranty bond from, it depends on the trigger date, but typically the sale of the first unit or somewhere around then. And the association through its board timely filed for the bond, but it just took that long to process. And the amount that was paid from this bond was used to principally pay for various structural engineers to generate reports. And then the district would read those reports and retain its own structural engineer for a second or peer review type opinion.
So the developer posted a bond as required by law. That wasn't the issue. The issue was it was a struggle for the association to get the bond.
Yes.
And I will ask the government why the bond is so low, because I'm sure that's an issue. Thank you.
The bond is supposed to be, I believe, 10% of the cost to build the community. And so 10% of about 400 grand is about 4 million. And we know the district loaned even more than that, so it doesn't mathematically, I think that would be something to explore as whether, what was that 10% of?
Fair enough. Thank you. You're good. Thank you to each of the witnesses. And I will repeat what Councilmember White said earlier. I'm sure reliving all this is a bit hard, but it is helpful to us, and I'm hopeful it's helpful to the executive branch as well. So I believe Ralph Williams is here. If you'd come forward. And Richard Bailey. Is Richard Bailey here?
Councilman Mendelson, it was recommended to you all that we have the board come up simultaneously so that when you all have specific questions about finances and the like, we can answer them accordingly. If you all want to skip us and have us go last, that's fine. But
well, these are the witnesses I still have to call.
I'm sorry?
These are the witnesses I still have to call. In addition to you, you're Ralph Williams, Richard Bailey, who I think is not here, Stephanie Navarrete, Justina Somerville, Brianna Walton, Janita Brown, Tyan Jones, I'll read these again, Chelsea Liverpool, Regina Hare, Sierra Johnson, Monique Malabet, and Dr. Anthony Johnson. Are those the people you were talking about? Okay, let me see who's here virtually. In fact, I don't even know who's at the table. So you're Miss Navarrete? Are you Miss Navarrete?
Yes,
Okay, and
and it's Navarrete.
what's that?
My last name is Navarrete. Pronunciation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just letting you.
And Miss Somerville? Brianna Walton? Janita Brown? Not anymore? Okay, Tyan Jones? Chelsea Liverpool? Regina Hare? Since the table's full, I'll come back to you. So maybe I'll stop right there. Mr. Williams. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Council members, neighbors. Good to see you all again. I'll be brief because we've heard a lot of testimony that is somewhat emotional. So I'm already struggling to get through listening to my neighbors and what they've been through. I'm usually the stoic one, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it today. So I'll just read a very short testimony in accordance with what that you all have already heard and just kind of reiterate it. Today you have and will continue to hear a number of testimonials about the debacle for the past 5 to 6 years at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast. That being said, I will be brief because my intent is to frame today's message that is composed of multiple messages. These messages come from a multitude of individuals, so I ask that you listen to all their testimonials with intent, conviction, and desire to assist with a resolution. All 46 unit owners want one thing especially, and that's a resolution. We want this to end and be either whole or have a calm state of being in our lives. A comprehensive timeline of events and activities that this community has engaged in to ensure we maintain our homes has been submitted to Councilman Robert White's team appreciatively. We have left no stone unturned, which is demonstrated by the testimonies of our condominium owner association vice president, Jackie Eisworth, COA treasurer Stephanie Navarrete, COA board member Tyan Jones, property manager Howard Helen that you've heard, as well as attorney Carrie Divorcets. But just as importantly, you have and you will continue to hear the horror stories of the uprooting of families from their homes with no viable solution. They will express the financial and emotional costs of uncertainty. And yes, there were lives at stake here, and they continue to be at stake here. So I ask that the community representatives are ready to meet with you and immediately to implement and execute the resolution that will stabilize our community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Navarrete?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time on this matter. My name is Stephanie Navarrete and the current treasurer for the River East at Grandview Estates Association. I am here today to testify on the financial portion of this debacle. I will do my best to simplify our numbers, but it is imperative that the numbers are followed and considered. You will hear my fellow neighbors discuss the emotional toll this has taken on us, but at the end of the day, we understand that for any solution to be proposed to us by the council and or any other DC entity, money is important. Last month, we were granted emergency financial assistance by DHCD for $125,000, and we have about $83,000 left in our association's account. You would assume that means that we have a lot of money to spend, but our reality is that within 4 months, our accounts will be depleted. While we have been extended rental assistance for apartments across the city, we still have monthly fixed costs to maintain at our property. Our master property insurance will cost us $33,000 next month and then $15,000 a month after that, due to us being practically uninsurable. We went from paying $14,000 a year in insurance to $133,000 a year. The reason why we are uninsurable is because our development is a high-risk structure to ensure, considering our improper foundation issues, multiple claims filed by unit owners, and our need for litigation services provided by the policy. This is not the first time we have been given money by a DC entity due to our community structural defects. We received the warranty bond reserved for this specific situation in the amount of $436,000 back in September of 2021 from DHCD. As soon as this money entered our account, it was spent because we knew we had to show the structural defects within our units by acquiring experts to assess the development. We spent almost $300,000 in acquiring 5 different engineering reports requested by DCRA to substantiate our claims of structural defects. Furthermore, we had 3 law firms working on our behalf and also spent almost $150,000 on their assistance. Without these law firms, we would not have acquired the warranty bond and we would have lost these funds to the bankruptcy filed by Stanton View Development. We were also given rental and utility assistance by the district since September 2021. On average, this rental assistance has cost the city approximately $2.6 million for the past 2 years. In total, we have been given about $3 million in financial assistance from different DC agencies, and I can assure you, we have done our best to work with what we have been given. We have had Quality One Property Management Company guide our finances for the past 4 years with the assistance of ADH Law. We have some of the brightest and most meticulous minds within our community who have probed at our monthly expenditures, ensuring that the money is not mismanaged and everything is accounted for. 2 years ago, we came together as a community and carefully drafted email after email, memo after memo, asking that this development be demolished and rebuilt accordingly, or that our mortgages plus equity were paid out to end the situation. Our pleas fell upon deaf ears, and $3 million later, here we are, needing more money just to continue our fight for safe homes and end this heartbreaking situation we have been put in. If there isn't a solution proposed to us within 3 to 4 months, we will have to ask for DC to provide additional funding for us to carry the association. If DC refuses to provide more funding for us for rental assistance in particular, you will have 46 displaced families coming back to a development that is unsafe and could potentially collapse like the Surfside condominiums in Florida. You all gave Stanton View Development $6.3 million for this project simply by applying to the Housing Production Trust Fund program. Where can we apply to end this ordeal and obtain $14 million to rebuild our community, or $25 million to get our mortgages plus equity paid out? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Quick question. I signed up twice to testify, and I also have a personal testimony. Can I do my personal testimony at this time, or should I wait?
I was going to say you can't testify twice, but can you be brief?
Sure.
Your testimony was very helpful, by the way.
Okay. Well, I feel the same as my neighbors, disappointed, angry, sad, frustrated, and upset about the situation. The strongest feeling that I currently feel is disrespected. It's disrespectful to keep DC residents in the dark about their housing situations for years. Houses we still have mortgages on. Yes, the mayor and DHCD have provided housing for the past 2 years, but I was almost evicted this weekend. The office that is responsible for paying our apartment rent is consistently late with our monthly payments. This Saturday, my rental balance was behind by $6,000, and let's not get started on how my Pepco bill hasn't been paid in months. While we are grateful this assistance was extended, the lack of communication and transparency has added even more frustration to the situation that we are in. There is no reason why I almost got evicted with my 11-month-old son. I'm a first-generation Salvadorian American and my parents' American dream personified. I have literally done everything society deems right. I have been an exemplary DC resident. I have consistently volunteered as a poll worker throughout the city and ensured poll locations had someone to assist any Spanish-speaking voters. I was educated in DCPS. I left DC to attend Syracuse University and came right back home after that because to me, there is no better place to live than DC. I obtained my MBA here at American University. I purchased my unit at the age of 25 and was about 12 minutes away from my parents in Deanwood. My life was almost picture perfect until this debacle on Talbot Street occurred. I haven't had stability since we first found issues within our units. I have developed eczema from the excessive mold within our community. I have lost so much financially from the entire situation, and I'm one of the few unit owners who was a single household member back then, so I cannot imagine what entire families have lost. I have done everything right, and now I feel like DC has treated me so wrong. I just want the situation to come to a conclusion. Please stop dragging your feet on what to do with us. If you're not going to help us and ensure we all end up with bad credit and bankruptcies, let us know. If you're going to help us, then help us in a timely manner. We are tired. DC wins, y'all wore us down. Just please stop asking us what we want. You have it in writing and emails and recorded meetings with the mayor. You all know what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walt.
Is this, okay, make sure everybody can hear me. Okay. All right. I'm Brianna Walton. I am a Grandview Estates resident that resides in the uninhabitable Unit 18A. When I purchased this home in August 2018, it was one of the happiest moments of my life. Wealth building and leaving a legacy has always been one of my many goals of mine. Being a DC homeowner was on the top of that list. Buying my first home at the age of 29 in a highly valuable area where home values are on a consistent incline was a goal that I personally was very strategic about. It's just so heart-wrenching to come to grips with a dream of mine transformed into a nightmare. This situation has truly brought me to my lowest and has truly caused me to lose a lot of my faith in political leaders. And what has hurt the most was to see our mayor, Muriel Bowser, an African-American woman that I happily voted for before this debacle happened. It hurts to see how she disregarded us the way she has, and unfortunately lied about some of the things that she has told us. We as a community, we are not charity cases. Me personally, I have never in my life had to have my hand out asking anybody, especially the government, for anything. So being in this position today really puts me in a position that I never want to be in my life. However, let me get back to what I have written. It just hurts to see how we have been disregarded. I am truly grateful for all of the help that has been extended to us from the bottom of my heart. It's a blessing. However, this has taken an extreme toll on my mental health. Me personally, I'm a federal employee. I love my job. I'm a business owner to a beauty brand that has been in top press. I lost my mother in 2016, lost my dad in 2022 January. So right now I'm basically an orphan. I have nobody to turn to in these types of situations. So while other people have their family to fall back on, I have nothing. And the mental turmoil that we have went through as a community is just so heartbreaking, because a lot of us we end up on medication to fight anxiety and depression. A lot of us, me personally, I've thought about ending it all because I have plans. And if I'm in a situation where there's no plan, I don't see a way out. It's like, what else can I do? So I'm just pleading on behalf of my community to just put forth a plan of action to get us out of this hole that we have been put in unexpectedly and not at our own fault. And I'm saying this also today because it isn't right. And just to kind of continue my testimony with LaDonna, when I first went for my walkthrough with SVD, it was I wanted her unit. And I wanted her unit because it has the best view of the city. A lot of us moved there because of where it's located. We can see the monument. It's perfect. It's a perfect view. And Andrew Battle, he told me that one, no, nobody can move in that one yet. And I was like, oh, I'm thinking they're saving it for somebody else. But no, come to find out it's because it was a trash unit. So before I even picked my unit, they knew from that moment that something was wrong. And coming back after all these stories have came out and hearing her testimony today just solidified that for me. And pretty much, I pray that you all just come together collectively and do what's right. We aren't greedy people. We just want to move on with our lives. Like, it's been 2 years of chaos, 2 years of mental health crisis, 2 years of depression, 2 years of not knowing where to go. However, you guys have the power, and I'm just asking you guys to just really hear our cries for help, to come through for us in a way that we need you guys to do. We can just move on. And I thank you, whoever set this up. I'm so grateful because this is a step in the right direction. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton, and I hope this is a step in the right direction. I'm hopeful that the executive agencies will get more of a sense of urgency than they've had. Mr. Jones?
And just before I start, I think it's important to note that folks, as she mentioned, 2 years of stress, 2 years of mental, that 2 years has been since folks have moved out of the units, temporary housing. Prior to that, 6 years of turmoil for people, and the anxiety has not stopped. And I'll talk a little bit in my testimony. So first of all, thank you, Chairman Mendelson and both Councilmember White for convening this long-awaited roundtable. And thank you, Councilmember White, for attending. I am Tion Jones, serving as one of the Condo Association Board of Directors and a resident at 1262 Talbot Street Southeast. Today, I'm here to present my testimony and my capacity as owner and a board member of the association. You all, your staff, have had a timeline that we provided that outlined the events of Talbot Street debacle, starting with the registration of Stanton View Developments LLC to develop the land granted by the District of Columbia up until this hearing. While my fellow board members asked me to discuss the timeline in detail, I believe it's more crucial for you and other council members to understand the personal ordeals that owners and our board members have endured since all of this began. After a year-long journey through the homebuyers program, I signed my mortgage documents on December 17, 2017. Just 1 month later, in January 2018, a neighbor approached me with concerns about her unit. From that moment forward, we have tirelessly worked to help correct the injustices done to my neighbors and me. I have worn many hats throughout this ordeal, serving as the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, pursuing a 2-year graduate program at American University during the pandemic, while working full-time at the District Department of Transportation, all while shouldering the burdens of my board membership and the toll this debacle has taken on my mental health. As evident in the timeline that you have, our condo association has meticulously followed procedures seeking resolutions from various agencies, including DCRA, DC Council, DC Mayor's Office, DC Attorney General's Office, and most recently, DC Department of Buildings. We have been seeking a resolution to what many claim is ultimately the responsibility of DC government. We may not possess all the facts, but what we do know is that current council members were engaged in the legislative process that provided financing to this developer through special legislation with the intent of expanding homeownership opportunities for minorities. Regrettably, it has yielded results contrary to its goals, as you have heard and will hear and read in other testimonies. Many of us are drained, having devoted overtime and taking time off from our job, as I'm doing today, over the past 6 years to address this ordeal. We are here today because we have reached a point where we no longer believe the executive branch will provide us with a resolution to this issue. We are here today because we believe the legislative branch, when granted financing and land for the development, can return to the table to offer residents who unwittingly invested in a flawed development another chance at home ownership. After 6 years of grappling with this predicament, it is time for you all to help us find peace, to sleep in a home we know is safe and truly ours. Just as this legislative branch collaborated with the executive branch to finance this developer, this body can assist the owners in reclaiming safe home ownership. It's the least we ask. After all, you have been aware of this situation for years, while hardworking families had to continuously fight for justice through no fault of their own. We are here with one simple plea. Please put an end to this for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the witnesses, or no? There are a few more witnesses on the list, but I just have 2 questions for Ms. Navarrete. The first is, you gave 2 statements. I have the first one. Could you send or resend the second one?
I uploaded both last night, but I can resend it.
If you would. And we might find it, but it's always helpful to resend. The other question I had is, at the end of the statement that you gave as the treasurer, you said, where can we apply to end this ordeal and obtain $14 million to rebuild our community, or $25 million to get our mortgages and equity paid out? How did you calculate the 25 million?
So, well, the 14 million was from a report that we obtained that would be the cost to rebuild the development. And then the second number, the 20 million, was me calculating $550,000 for every unit. And that would include paying off the First Trust mortgage plus equity that we would potentially, be able to sell our homes for if the situation hadn't happened. So that total times 46 is how I obtained that number. And just to be clear, this is a number that I calculated just to give you all an idea of, options, because we keep talking about, purchasing our first trust mortgage, plus equity, but the numbers really haven't been put to it. And 550 is a number that I feel like is somewhat decent in comparison to like market value of our current homes. Also considering the pain and suffering we have had, and money that we could potentially use after our first trust mortgages would be paid off.
That's helpful. Thank you. Councilmember White?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to these witnesses. I'm eager to get to government witnesses so we can start talking about resolutions. Yeah, I just want to note something that's come out in these testimonies, among others, is from the builders. It seems to have been a disregard for residents, because I do think your testimony, Ms. Walton, is correct. I think there was some knowledge of what was happening here. If that's accurate, then there are folks who came into our city to do business with district taxpayer money, and they blatantly disregarded the health and safety of our residents. And our processes should catch these things through inspection, permitting, applying for taxpayer funds, and they didn't here. And as I've said in multiple other rounds, the folks holding the bag at this point are residents. So we've got to get to solutions. I appreciate you all being here with us today. I am eager to get to our government witnesses so we can start getting clarity. So thank you for being with us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Trayon White.
Oh, Chairman, I'm sorry. Can I use a last couple moments?
Can I say no?
I think I'm going to reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman, for the 30 seconds, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there was a question earlier about a permit, maybe to the attorney. There was a transitional study that was done right as the developer turned over the condo association to the community. And what we learned from that transitional study, and I think it was written in it, it was that based on the transitional study, which was them saying, okay, we checked everything, that they should not have probably received the occupancy permit for the property. And that was very early. That was one of the first studies that we had conducted. And so when we talk about, investigation and look into what happened, it may be helpful to look at whether or not the occupancy permit was issued while the developer or either the inspector knew there were issues with the property.
I appreciate it. We may have that. If not, if you know anyone who has it, please send it to the committee. Chairman, thank you for the indulgence there. Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't serious when I said no. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I'm sorry. Councilmember Trayon White. I got confused.
Yes, I got a question. There was a statement that someone alluded to in reference to a person knowing that I guess the unit that was most damaged, that had the good view, was known by a party. I didn't know who that party was. I think I heard a name, but didn't know what agency or organization.
SVD, Andrew Battle.
Okay, thank you. And I had a question. Has there been any follow-up by DHCD Director Green since our last convo with her that I was involved in?
There has not been, no.
Okay. And I do know that Mr. Hubbard was supposed to send something to you all based on my last conversation with him. And I know we since got a new director since then. Has that been sent over?
That has not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And as I said, I know this is frustrating and hard, but this is actually quite helpful. I believe Justina Somerville is here virtually. Janita Brown, I believe, is not here. Chelsea Liverpool, I believe, is not here. Oh, that's why I mentioned your name. Come forward, please. Regina Hare. Sarah Johnson. Monique Malabet, I believe, is virtual. and Dr. Anthony Johnson. I'm going to go in the order that I called the names, and that means there'll be Justina Somerville first, who's virtual, and then Chelsea Liverpool, who's sitting at the table, and so on. Ms. Somerville?
Hi, so I don't have a written statement because, once we heard about the hearing, I just struggled to try to, verbalize. I see myself twice for some reason, verbalize what I've been going through, and, just the thought of everything has been traumatic for me. But I work in homeless services. I've been a rapid rehousing case manager. I currently work with people experiencing street homelessness. And to be in this predicament where I'm kind of experiencing this myself, and I feel, really voiceless. I'm trying to pursue my degree. I'm recently engaged, and these are things that I can't even really bask in or enjoy because the uncertainty, of this is just been a lot for me. So, I don't know what my ask is necessarily at this point. I just want myself and my neighbors to feel whole and to be whole as we were promised. And I know that's different for each of us. That's not a one size fits all, answer. This has not been 2 years for me. I knew about my issues in my condo in about August of 2018 when I had mold. They told me they were going to come in and, fix some unleveled flooring in my living room, and they tore apart my whole condo, removing doors, entryways, air vents, air ducts. I came in, I had to leave work frequently because I did not trust them and what they were telling me. And there were cracks wide enough for me to fit my hand in. So this has been an ongoing issue, and I've been kind of begging for attention and, let's resolve this since then. So it's really been a 5-year fight for me, not 2 years. And, I just kind of want to end this all so I can live my life. And it's been emotionally taxing for 5 years, not 2 years. And I know it's a lot. And like everyone has said, like I can imagine if I had children and if I had children in a family, this is me as a single woman at 25 that decided, I wanted to be a homeowner. And that's something I really wanted. And for it to turn out like this, it kind of makes me wish I hadn't. And this feels like one of the worst decisions I've made in my life, unfortunately. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Somerville. Ms. Liverpool?
Greetings. I'm the owner of Unit 2A, and I worked extremely hard to purchase my unit back in October 2017 at the age of 24. Being uprooted to no fault of my own just shy of 4 years later in 2021 has been the most continuously agonizing and gut-wrenching experience to extents that I cannot begin to explain. It's extremely disheartening to know that the nation's capital, not to mention the city that I was born and raised in, has just left me and my neighbors in the state of fearing homelessness for almost 3 years. The mayor's office promised that the resolution from this travesty would make us whole again, quote unquote, make us whole again, make us all whole as homeowners again. But the narratives presented to us thus far puts even more fear for homelessness for me. The only resolution presented to us thus far would involve buying another home. And personally, I absolutely cannot currently afford to purchase another home in today's market. With today's interest rates and combining the current housing market rates and prices, that would at least be doubling my current mortgage payment. I cannot afford that. So where would that leave me at the end of this 9-month rental assistance? It's insane to me how DC is putting together these Black homeowner initiatives, but leaving us in this state prolonged. I called the Office of the Attorney General back in 2022 for assistance, but there's been little to no assistance or response to me as a citizen in this matter. I'm now sensing the conflict of interest that lies. I, along with some of my neighbors, experienced redlining from the developers and real estate agents / brokers when purchasing my unit, and was told that if I did not utilize their preferred lenders and real estate brokers throughout the process, there could not be a purchase. The last unit that was sold was done so while the developers knew it was experiencing visible defects inside of the home. How can that be that these entities licensed by the DC government conduct such shoddy business and not be held accountable by the Attorney General's office? Most of my neighbors, along with myself, had to utilize the Manor organization. Has there been any precautionary protocols or even investigations to ensure that this doesn't happen to the next affordable home purchaser? The original task force seems as if it has totally diminished over time, and that not one of the original agencies are even available for contact. From countless unanswered emails and phone calls to the person left in charge to assist us, Ms. Pamela Hillsman. I had an HVAC issue in the rental unit I lived in the summer of 2022, and I was told to remedy that by staying with family and purchase a storage unit to store all of my belongings. There's really no one available to contact on the front line of the Talbot Street Task Force anymore. The issue to this day hasn't been rectified, and there's literally no one I can call on within the housing agency. They make deadlines to respond to us and miss those deadlines, and that's it. No one is held accountable. This becomes even more frightening every single day. My physical, mental, and emotional health have all immensely been put in a deficient state since losing my home. In the midst of the relocation process, I lost an entire pregnancy in September of 2021, just 35 days after receiving that Talbot Street evacuation notice. Since investing in my mental and emotional therapy, I've been able to carry term, and I gave birth to a healthy child this last year. But where will we live at the end of our 9-month lease assistance? That's it. That's not it, but am I at time?
You're fine.
Okay. This battle has been the most challenging experience I imagined experiencing in my 30 years of life. It makes it worse that the travesty was to no fault of my own. I'm still here surviving with my children, and I'm hoping and praying that the DC and federal government somehow, who permitted the Talbot Street construction, wake up and save us all from being homeless individuals and families when this chapter is finally closed. I'm also hoping that the Mayor Bowser stand on her promise of making us all whole as homeowners. Thanks for the time, Chelsea.
Thank you, Ms. Liverpool. Regina Hare?
Hello. My name is Regina Hare. I'm Unit 23B. After working 30 years and having several health challenges, brain aneurysm, stroke, right hand hemophilia, I did not think I could buy a home. The housing trust fund was created to preserve affordable housing. The Home Purchase Assistance Program provides home ownership opportunity for districts low to moderate income residents. I qualified for both programs. I was excited to find my home. Handicap features were added to accommodate my disabilities. It was my first home, my retirement home, and access to generational wealth. Being a homeowner is a proud and empowering experience. It gives assurance of stable living. This was in alignment with the mayor's housing initiative, a housing framework for equity and growth. We have been blindsided due to current challenges with the subdivision. It's mind-boggling to get information stating our homes are being placed as unlivable. This is overwhelming and a major catastrophe, creating mental, emotional, and physical turmoil, which is causing health issues. It's very stressful living in such uncertainty. No one wants to be homeless after buying a home. We have been in limbo for over 2 years, at a standstill, can't go on with our lives. We have less than 9 months to find a place to live. We can't qualify to buy due to our current obligations for this property. The building plans, the specs, inspections, permits were all approved by DC or other government agencies. Neglect has been the outcome, and the mayor's office needs to assist with this matter. It's time to show accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Hare. Sierra Johnson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendoza and members of the committee. I stand before you today as a wife, a mother of a beautiful 3-year-old daughter, and unborn son, a DC public school special education teacher, and a homeowner of 7B, who endured unimaginable hardship due to the structural defects in the River East Grandview condominium. And here's my testimony. We all know buying your first home is one of the scariest decisions a person can make, especially being the first person in your family to take that leap. I trusted my decision to purchase my condo solely on the fact that DC government was offering a $100,000 grant to everyone who purchased a home in DC. I thought to myself, if the government is involved, I'm sure they have done their due diligence and putting together their team to fulfill the commitment to me and providing safe and affordable housing after I met all the qualifications that they required. Here I am, thinking I'm on the road of generational wealth, only to be living a nightmare. Just like my fellow neighbors, it wasn't long before I noticed the cracks and issues that led to me feeling unsafe in my home. While I was living, while all this was happening, my life was progressing. And in 2020, I became pregnant and prepared for my first child. Being a Black woman, I recognized that the mortality rate for Black women is high in the United States. So I identified the birth option that felt safe for me. I chose to birth my daughter in a pool in the comfort of my home. While I was preparing for my home birth, I frequently had frightening thoughts about my living room floor not being able to support the water in the pool and falling through the ceiling. After my home birth and going into postpartum, I often had thoughts about the whole building falling and crushing my family, or my baby getting sick from the moldy smells that came from my home. This time was supposed to be a precious moment for my family, but instead it turned into deliberating fear. Most recently, in April of 2023, I found out I was pregnant with my second child. I was so excited, but extremely nervous. My unborn child is due the same month that we will have to find somewhere else to live. This is because my lease will be up. This situation is so stressful and has been so stressful that in the beginning of my pregnancy, I often thought about having an abortion. This is not only the cry for the families who have been displaced, but also a cry for justice in support of Black women, maternal mental health, Black people who have been struggling against racial inequality, and for a better future for all of us who call River East at Grandview condominiums home. I look forward to you making the right decisions to making us whole.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Monique Malabet, who I believe is virtual.
Yes, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, all right, perfect. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, DC Council. My name is Monique Malabet. I'm actually here today to testify basically through the eyes of a real estate professional and also as a friend for Jerusalem Belay. I work with Jerusalem Belay, which was unit 8A, for the better part of about like 5 months, maybe a little bit more, because we were considering other properties before we actually located and found this property in 2017. And I'm actually very, 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 very disappointed to be a professional and a friend that was actually part of this process. From the beginning, I did notice a few red flags with Stanton View, the developer, overall, because of the way the buying process actually went. From the beginning, I felt this process seemed a little bit predatory because they were actually targeting first-time buyers going through the HPAP, Manor Housing Counseling companies. You have to think about it. These individuals were low to moderate income, eligible households, right? So we have to understand like what HPAP is for and also what Manor is for. So And we can see even to this day, many of the individuals that were targeted were Black and brown, also mothers, first-time buyers, the list goes on, but most importantly, we're low to moderate income. So the couple of other red flags that came up was that basically some of the sales reps reached out to or saw Jerusalem during the process at HPAP, and they basically encouraged her to use their home inspector, which I thought was a little weird. And also they wanted her to also use their sales professional, their real estate agent that represented the developer. So initially they actually tried to discourage me from representing Jerusalem, primarily because they kept bombarding the kind of like the main reason, or the way I kind of realized that they were trying to keep me out the process, is that they kept mentioning that the compensation, the commission was extremely low. And they mentioned it numerous times, which I started to realize that this was done on purpose to keep professionals like myself out of this process, other professionals that help with the home buying process. Another thing is that they recommended and they kind of basically encouraged her to use their home inspector as well. And then another thing is that they would not communicate with me. They wanted to only communicate with Jerusalem, Ms. Belay, throughout the entire process. Even HPAP and MANA as well. It seems like they were trying to keep out professionals. So I just have to say, over the years, I have to say that Jerusalem as a friend, her confidence has, definitely went down, throughout these years. And because of this, debacle. Another thing is that she mentioned even leaving DC altogether because she's just not confident in this battle that she's been fighting for over the last couple of years. So I've actually watched her, have meetings and talk about some of the meetings that she's had, even with her own neighbors about this process. She does not want to stop this fight. She feels like, you guys should be made whole, which to me is only fair. It seems from all the testimonies that we're hearing today is that these developers, they knew what was going on and they still decided to continue moving people into the residence. They actually found out in December 2017 that there was issues with the property. And I'm a little bit confused how they were even able to pass the city inspection and even was able to get the certificate of occupancy. But at the end of the day, we see that the negligence was done. And it actually was noticed early on by the homeowners, but they were pretty much lied to and say, hey, everything's okay, continue to, reside and live at the property. My ask is that these homeowners get bought out at market price. Homes now are going for easily about 500 to 600,000 in that neighborhood. I know as a professional. I'm also asking that some money incentives is given to these homeowners as well. They should be able to skip the entire process in line of that home buying process when it comes to HPAP, because there's a wait list. It's a very long wait list, and HPAP continues to run out of money. Every couple months they run out of money. So I'm saying that these home buyers should be able to, these homeowners actually should be able to, DC should be able to buy them out. They should also be given some type of incentive. And we have to keep in mind that there's no monetary value for the trauma that they're going to experience for a very long time, probably for decades, when it comes to, because of this happening. So I think it's just something to consider. And we, as a city, DC has to stop talking about displacement, talking about keeping residents in DC, and they actually have to take action, because this doesn't make sense that this has been going on for years now with no real resolution. We're still talking about, let's figure out a resolution. So that's my testimony. Thank you guys for your time. For my time. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Malabeth. And Dr. Anthony Johnson.
It's Dr. Anthony Jackson. My last name is Jackson. First, I want to affirm everybody's experiences. The old folks say it's like fire shut up in my bones from hearing everybody's testimony. I received my doctoral degree from Howard University here in DC. I have a specialization in social inequality and criminology. I'm a sociologist. I'm here speaking on behalf of my sister, Sierra Johnson, and her family, the Adams family. Today, we gather to address a deeply unsettling pattern of violence and neglect, the continued marginalization of Black families and communities, and a seemingly state-sanctioned degradation of Black women, basic human right to life, liberty, and really the pursuit of happiness. History has shown us the reality of corporate negligence and total disregard of human life when and insofar as it interferes with the maximization of corporate profit. In 2021, as we have mentioned, Surfside, Florida, we know that the Champlain Tower South, those condominiums, collapsed due to what federal investigators say, and I quote, severe strength deficiency, end quote. The engineering report given to Champlain Towers indicated that the condo needed billions of dollars in repairs. Billions of dollars in repairs to fix what they call, and I quote, major structural damage, end quote. Other investigation for that, and I quote again, the columns were constructed improperly and did not meet building codes. As a result of the collapse. Bashar and Debacle Patel, along with their 1-year-old daughter, Ashani Gia. I should note that Ashani never got the chance to meet her big brother or sister because, again, her mother, Debacle Patel, was killed while she was 4 months old pregnant. 2023, tenants in an apartment building in Davenport, Ohio, called the Davenport, began to see cracks in the floors and walls. They told officials, but no one ordered residents out. In fact, city officials said that they, quote, did not order an evacuation because they relied on the engineer's assurances that the building would be safe, end quote. Later, after the collapse, reports revealed that the building was, and I quote again, at risk of crumbling. Yet, the city officials were residents of the danger days before the building partially collapsed. And left houseless and completely dispossessed, each bearing a queer woman, Black woman, was trapped for 7.5 hours under the rubble, and rescuers determined that they would need to amputate one of her legs to pull her free. Her echoes Peach's sentiment as he states, Peach said they may not have taken her leg, excuse me, but they didn't take her life. Well, this was not true for all of the residents. 3 lives were taken as a result of the collapse. COVID, Hitchcock, and David Bean, all killed from asphyxiation, a lack of oxygen as their bodies were trapped in the rubble. Our government, which grounds itself in the fundamental principles of freedom and democracy, has a responsibility to protect its citizens. We put our trust in elected officials to shield us from the avarice nature of corporate entities. Avarice, greedy, sort of self-interest, create the conditions that are displacing, polarizing, and even killing our people. Historically oppressed, marginalized, vulnerable, disadvantaged groups are being exploited for the benefit of corporate greed. The council members, elected officials, all the governing officials here today, I want to add and remind us of the quote from Dr. King, which reads, and I quote, "He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetuate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it really is cooperating with it," end quote. It's your lack of further to these issues a sign of complicity with what's happening here with the residents. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is cooperating with it. To help of River East at Grandview condominiums on Talbot Street in Southeast Washington, D.C., whose homes are at risk of what structural engineers explicitly describe as, and I quote, collapse. However, providing substantial support to compensate the families for their loss of property. This issue that continues to adversely impact the lives of the families in the surrounding communities. How are you truly rectifying it? Are you with us or are you with the corporations? Are you my time?
Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson. I do not have any questions for any of you, Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to everyone for this panel. I do want to make sure we get to the government witnesses. I know folks have been waiting a long time to hear that. So thank you so much for being with us and for your testimonies.
Councilmember Trayon White. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, I'm here, Chairman. Ditto. Thank you guys for speaking up and articulating the intelligence we have in this community, and the real need for us to intervene quickly. I'm just looking forward to hearing from the government witnesses as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So now we will turn to the government. We have two witnesses, Brian Hanlon, who is the Director of the Department of Buildings, and Colleen Green, who is the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Before you all sit down, sometimes we swear government witnesses in. Councilmember White will administer the oath.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
You each answered in the affirmative. Do you want to go in the order that I have on the list, which is Mr. Hanlon first and then Ms. Green?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chairman White, council members and staff. My name is Brian Hanlon, and I am the Director of the Department of Buildings, or DOB. I am here to provide testimony on the structural defects that occurred at the River East Grandview condominiums, a 46-unit complex that received significant investment from the district's Housing Production Trust Fund, or HPTF. I will provide an overview of the contributing factors and DOB's response to this unfortunate development, followed by DOB's perspective on possible paths forward. Considering these problematic circumstances, I would like to first take the opportunity to emphasize our commitment at DOB to protecting the life and safety of district residents, businesses, and visitors, and advancing the development of the built environment. Ensuring the safety of our residents, particularly from construction defects, is a vital mission of our agency, and one that I take very seriously as a building professional with nearly 40 years of combined experience as an architect, development manager in the private sector, and agency director in our city. The development under discussion today was designed, built, and inspected in accordance with the building code that was in place at the time of this project. This was 2008 DCMR Title 12. There were some inherent vulnerabilities in the code and associated building construction inspection practices in place at that time, which have subsequently been addressed and which DOB has further reinforced since I took the helm of this agency. Again, this development was deemed code compliant by our predecessor agency, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, or DCRA. The development was designed by a structural engineer with 40 years of experience who was, in accordance with the regulations in place then, also able to self-certify as to the integrity of the structural design. In particular, the foundation wall system, which is the point of construction failure for this project. I want to reiterate that this self-certification process is no longer accepted by DOB. The aforementioned self-certification process is akin to the fox guarding the henhouse. Further, the special inspector firm hired by the owner was not required at that time to conduct special inspections with the same level of rigor required today. This situation contributed to several overlapping issues, which in combination appear to be the primary factors leading to the significant failures of the structural integrity of the retaining wall system used for this development. Since the time this building was constructed, there have been several iterations of the building code. Today, the third party and the special inspection processes are much more robust, sharply reducing the likelihood of this situation arising again. Before discussing the particulars of this property, I would like to recognize the difficult conditions that these residents have dealt with. We never want to hear about situations like these, and it is incumbent on us to determine what must be done to prevent them from occurring again with future developments. Under my leadership, DOB will collaborate with sister district agencies and external stakeholders to address the current issues and to put measures into place that will prevent such an unfortunate occurrence in the future. It is important to center this conversation by beginning with a discussion regarding DOB's permit review and the building code enforcement processes. We have made significant improvements to the legacy permitting system used by our predecessor agency, DCRA, and we are determined to prevent similar situations from occurring through our enhanced processes, which have been fortified over the past several years. There are several lessons learned from the Grandview condominium situation, which have resulted in the strengthening of DOB's operations, as well as a streamlining of our processes to ensure that a construction failure like this one never happens again in the district. First, DOB's permit review process has evolved since the development under discussion was being reviewed for permits approximately a decade ago. These advancements include precluding the ability of the special inspections engineer of record from also serving as the registered design professional or being in any way affiliated with a registered design professional, which prevents inappropriate self-certification. Secondly, increased oversight of the permit and plan review process has helped us identify discrepancies between permitted work and the post-construction product. DOB has scheduled a refresher training for all third-party inspection agencies for November 28th, 2023. This training will encompass the roles and responsibilities of all parties involved, reinforcing our agency practices and solidifying the collective understanding of our requirements. Next, I have mentioned special inspections, which are of particular importance to this matter under discussion today. Special inspections are performed for all projects, which may include work involving structural steel, underpinning, structural backfill, masonry, deep foundations, and other engineering structural design systems. DOB has made significant progress on updating our policies and procedures for special inspections over the past several years. For example, in early 2017, DCRA began developing the Special Inspections Manual, which was created in conjunction with input from a diverse group of industry professionals to further standardize and operationalize the district's inspection processes. Specifically, we have clarified the roles and responsibilities of all parties, including the property owner and our agency. This manual was adopted in 2018, updated in May of this year, and has been the subject of training sessions for the district's third-party inspection agencies, or TPIAs. In 2015 and 2016, the checks and balances for special inspection were not as robust as they are today. Specifically, the developer at that time may have installed large amounts of fill, which may not have been properly tested and compacted. If this were to happen today, under our current version of the Special Inspections Manual, the permit-based inspector bears the responsibility of verifying that the special inspector is compiling inspection logs, field reports, and laboratory data. If special inspectors fail to comply with their governing manual, they are required to report to DOB, which can then perform oversight inspections and take any other appropriate actions as necessary to bring the project back into compliance. These checks and balances add additional layers of scrutiny, which prevent any potential conflicts of interest or simple omission of duties. DOB continues to improve our processes across all platforms to maximize positive outcomes concerning district permitting and inspections. This includes requiring permits to list all contractors, all special inspection agencies to upload inspection and photographic documentation directly into the agency's database, and written quality assurance programs to be submitted by all TPIAs as part of their approval and authorization to perform inspections in the district. It is also important to note that DOB has increased its ability to provide more rigorous oversight in this process by adding a Chief of Inspections role within its building construction division. This role was filled in early October of this year. As I noted earlier, DOB has made certain changes to procedures concerning self-certification and special inspections. However, it is important to provide an accounting of what we have done previously with respect to this specific property. On July 16th of 2021, in response to owner complaints, DCRA inspected the property and found cracks, settling, and sewer discharge. DCRA issued a correction order to the condominium association, or the association, to remedy the situation. On August 6, 2021, DCRA inspected the building again and issued an additional correction order citing violations that were discovered in the initial Falcon Group report and required the association to provide a repair plan with timelines and cost estimates. In addition, our agency has participated in a task force with DHCD and 3 other agencies to assess the best possible outcomes for the property. Our agency has continued to monitor the situation closely due to concerns about possible building collapse. However, based on in-depth structural engineer assessments prepared by the Falcon Group and subsequently peer-reviewed by Silman Engineers, DOB does not believe this property is in imminent danger of collapse. DOB's current assessment concerning the state of the property is that while structural issues currently make it unsafe in some portions of the building, a general collapse is not imminent. Again, this assessment is largely reliant on a robust engineering analysis conducted by the Falcon Group and peer-reviewed by Silman Structural Engineers that was published in January of this year. DOB's Office of Residential Inspections is visiting the site on a bi-monthly basis to visually observe whether the building appears to be further deteriorating. Based upon these visual observations, coupled with the in-depth analyses mentioned, DOB does not believe the building presents a life safety concern. It should also be noted that DOB has not been granted access to the interior of the units. Therefore, the site visits focused on the exterior of the structure. During these site visits, the inspectors specifically focused on conditions which include 1, building separation or cracks in the siding or stucco, 2, the existence of vertical wall cracks and/or any obvious bowing of the retaining wall, 3, defects on the retaining wall, 4, any marked changes in the appearance of windows and doors, 5, roofline defects, and 6, vegetation growing on the exterior of the building and/or retaining wall systems. If during these reviews of the exterior, an inspector finds marked deterioration of these conditions, the inspector may conclude that there is imminent danger. This may never occur. However, if it does, DOB will review the condition of the property to compliance with 2 current correction orders and all the facts and circumstances at the time to determine any appropriate next steps. Chairman Mendelson, Chairman White, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. DOB, under my leadership, is committed to ensuring that troubling situations such as with this property on Talbot Street do not occur in the future, and to continue dialogue with our sister agencies concerning the safe housing of the affected residents. Lastly, I will underscore our commitment to continuing to advance the improvements which prevent such an incident from happening again. With that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Hanlon. Ms. Green?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Turn your microphone on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember White, and members of the Committee of the Whole and the Committee on Housing. My name is Colleen Green, and I'm the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD. DHCD's mission is to produce and preserve affordable housing for low and moderate income residents and to revitalize underserved neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. Mayor Bowser set the bold goal of creating 36,000 new housing units by 2025, of which 12,000 or 1/3 must be affordable housing units. The mayor set a further goal to increase the number of Black homeowners in the district by 2030. Preserving our existing stock of safe and affordable housing is essential to meeting these goals, and the loss of any previous investment in affordable homeownership is contrary to meeting the mayor's homeownership and affordable housing goals. With that, I would like to begin today by thanking the committee for inviting me to participate in this roundtable to discuss the extraordinary efforts that DHCD and other district agencies have taken to address the challenges faced by the homeowners of River East at Grandview condominiums on Talbot Street, including the formation of the Talbot Street Task Force, which included the Department of Buildings, Office of Risk Management, the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, and DHCD. As you are aware, in 2017, Stanton View Development completed construction of a 46-unit complex on Talbot Street Southeast, financed in part by a $6 million loan from the Housing Production Trust Fund, with many purchasers using the district's Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, to make their ambition of homeownership a reality. After the completion of construction, however, the property began to manifest structural defects, and 2 subsequent engineering reports have suggested that there is a defect in the system of retaining walls and fill that support the foundation of the homes on a steep slope. In a typical case, resolving structural defects such as these in a condominium would be a private matter between the purchasers and the developer. Within the first 5 years, the owners would have access to the courts if the developer did not rectify the issues, and if the problems became apparent within the first 2 years, purchasers could also make a claim against a warranty security held by the district at DHCD. The dispute at River East is ultimately a private matter between the homeowners, the condominium association, the developer, and their respective insurance companies, and it appears it may be ultimately resolved in the courts. However, as I described above, the development was financed through the Housing Production Trust Fund, and individual owners were assisted by HPAP. This, along with the severity of the structural issues the homeowners face, motivated the district to go beyond its typical role in this process to provide extended rent payments to displaced households, allowing the homeowners to remain current on their mortgage obligations and providing time to determine their next steps. In addition to $4.3 million in rental assistance payments, which will continue through June of 2024, the homeowners of Talbot Street have also been provided $304,000 in one-time individual assistance, $209,617 in utility assistance, $125,625 in condo payments, and $96,962 from the Federal Homeownership Assistance Fund administered by DHCD. All told, the additional assistance through fiscal year 2024 will amount to over $5 million. The district is also working on ways to make sure that these homeowners have the opportunity to buy another home should that become necessary, in no worse position than when they purchased at River East in 2017. DHCD will reinstate HPAP eligibility to all homeowners regardless of income. In addition, a recent appraisal determined the buildings and other improvements at River East have no value. So DHCD will embark on conversations with financial institutions holding these mortgages to determine how they might help homeowners and determine how they can be partners in assisting these homeowners.
I'm sorry, Director, would you mind turning the microphone next to you one? We've had some problems with that microphone throughout the hearing. That might,
This one works better?
that is better. Thank
So should
And turn off the one.
I move over?
you. Please, yeah.
Sorry. So I start. In addition to, ooh, that's much. In addition, a recent appraisal determined the buildings and other improvements at River East had little to no value. So DHCD will embark on conversations with the financial institutions holding these mortgages to determine how they might help homeowners and determine how they can be partners in assisting these homeowners. Finally, the district will forgive the outstanding HPAP loans and Housing Production Trust Fund loans totaling $6.4 million in an effort to further make sure the homeowners can move forward into new homeownership opportunities. We are hopeful that the first trust mortgage holders will take a similar stance. The impact to the homeowners is more than a debacle. It has been devastating. For DHCD, resolving the failures associated with the development in Talbot Street is providing lessons that we do not want to learn again. In 2022, we were able to collaborate with the Council of the District of Columbia and the Office of Administrative Hearings to make permanent changes to the district's condominium warranty laws to close many loopholes that Talbot Street residents experience and provide enhanced protection and expedited fair resolutions for district condominium owners. This bill also establishes a program to reimburse some associations for expenses they incur in the warranty process. I look forward to continuing this collaboration with other district agencies and the council so that we are never in this position again. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, each of you. There'll probably be a couple 10-minute rounds of questions. I'm going to jump around a little bit with questions. Mr. Hanlon, are you aware of this arbitration agreement from 2016? I just learned of it today.
I did too. I was not aware of it till today.
And it has to do with a modular retaining wall. I can't tell if that's the same as the retaining wall that's at issue here.
I believe that the terminology being used is referencing the retaining wall that's in place, which is, it's the GeoGrid system, which is made of blocks. So if you look at the retaining wall, it's literally comprised of modular blocks. So my suspicion is that's what it's referring to, but I wasn't aware of it until today.
And this would suggest that there was knowledge in 2016, not by the city, but by the developer and the contractor, that there were failings in that retaining wall. Now, I have a copy of the arbitration agreement, which says very, very little.
Yeah, I have not seen it and would like to view it.
We will make sure you get a copy.
Thank you, Chair.
We got it because there's apparently some litigation between one of the insurance companies and one of the contractors.
I'd be
in,
happy
Maryland.
to review it.
You spoke to this, Mr. Hanlon, in your statement, but I kind of want to just go over this again. There's concern by residents whether they can re-enter the properties, whether they're safe.
Yeah, and I appreciate that concern, and I believe that we need to be more clear. And I think the proper course of action for us now is to conduct an inspection and to ensure that the units that are, I believe the unit numbers are 1 through 3 and 18 through 23, to determine whether or not they are safe to occupy. The other units are, however, mostly residing on the fill portion of the site. Those are deemed not safe to occupy, and they should remain deemed as such. But we'll conduct a report and make sure that the rest of the units are safe.
Unsafe to occupy, is that the same as cannot enter to get their property?
Let me determine that and get back. I think we would want to make sure that if they were to be accessed in any way, that it was done in a, quick and responsible way. So I would like to determine what that would need to be shaped like and get back to the
Sure. And you would get back to the unit owner association or their representative.
We'll communicate. Yes.
Yeah. And just to be clear, and I think you understand this, but just to be clear, there are a couple issues here. One is whether the units are habitable, but the other is whether the owners have to just stay away from those units, which is much more drastic. And so the extent that you can answer that and with the degree of certainty, whether being honest about how certain you can be, I think that would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Let me see. I'm probably going to have some more questions for you, but I want to ask some questions of Ms. Green. I was really disturbed to hear testimony today that in spite of the rental assistance and other financial assistance, such as utilities, that these payments are being made late. Now, my understandings are not from DHCD. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Are you the one though who can go beat up on Human Services?
I can
I
definitely.
mean, it's either you or Mr. Hanlon.
I can definitely make some inquiry as to why that's happening.
I'm assuming we all agree that that's just unacceptable. These, I mean, not only is it hard on these owners that they have to be dislocated, but then the payments that the government is providing are being paid late. So you will,
I will make inquiry into what's happening there.
as well as push on your sister agency and maybe going up the ladder, higher up in the executive office of the mayor to.
Yes, sir.
So I think one of the big questions here is what is going on in terms of what's going to be offered to the homeowners? And I think you're the one to ask the question of not Mr. Hanlon. Would that be correct?
Yes, you can ask me that.
And Mr. Hanlon may be on this task force, but
Right.
it's still your agency would be the lead in terms of benefits.
So currently, the rental assistance payments has been the first portion of that offer. We are also going to be. Can you hear him?
I can hear you.
The rental assistance payments will continue through obviously June 2024. In addition, HPAP will be eligible regardless of income and regardless of being a first-time home buyer. That will be made available. New HPAP down payment program will be available to all the households. And that is what's being offered. We are currently working with DISB to figure out what we can work out with the first trust lenders, if anything.
So the conversations with the first trust lenders, which I was told had started long before you came to the DHCD, have actually not happened.
I'm not aware of there. I think there were some initial conversations to understand and ascertain which households were working with which lenders to determine who they were. And so I think there's about 8 to 10 lenders, and to figure out again, like the bulk of the lenders that are involved in this project. And so those initial conversations I know happened. But other than that, I don't know about any other conversations.
So obviously you can't tell me when the banks will agree, if they're going to agree, but I'm going to ask the question, when will this issue be resolved? That is trying to get the first trust lenders to forgive the mortgages.
So I don't know when it will be resolved, but I can keep you up to date about conversations that are going to
All right,
be
so let me
ongoing.
try it this way. So my impression is that DHCD hasn't seriously sat down with the lenders yet. You all can push this process. So how quickly are you going to push it?
I've already started pushing the process, and the lead agency more than likely would be DISB.
And you will talk to them about urgency?
Yes, I have done that.
Would it be nice if we had answers from the first trust lenders by the end of this month, the end of November?
We could definitely give you a report back of where we are for sure.
I hate reports.
I know, I just can't tell you what the first trust lenders are going to do, but I can tell you as soon as I know what they did.
Sure, but and apparently it's going to be DISB, not you, but
Right.
the government can say, we want to meet with you next week.
Oh,
And when
absolutely.
they say yes or no, we want to meet with you the following week and push this to get an answer.
Yes, sir.
So
I will work with Commissioner Karema and ask her the time frame and try to push it. Absolutely.
okay, so let's take this approach. How will you talking with your sister agency DISB, get a sense from them of when they could have this resolved and then convey that to the Unit Owner Association?
I have spoken to them this week, and they have told me that they are going to get back to me as soon as possible in the next couple of days about what the next steps are. And
Now,
that's a direct quote.
What are the, yeah, I didn't write that down,
Huh?
but I did convey urgency here and reporting to the Unit Owner Association. What are the homeowners supposed to do in June when the rental assistance is no longer available?
I can't succinctly answer that. My hope is that, as anyone would want, that they have a plan and understanding of what is being offered and what is available to them in terms of resources, so that they can make important decisions for their homes and their lives and their households well in advance of the end of June.
Well, wouldn't it be nice if, I'm just gonna kind of make this up, but wouldn't it be nice if the government decided, working with the homeowner association, that the project is going to be demolished, since I've heard that that's what the engineers recommend, and how reconstructing that, the buildings or the site will take place, how it will be financed? For instance, that the government will put aside 14 million from HPTF to finance it, something like that, so that the homeowners actually know, I'm going to say again, by the end of December, what they can expect next year, because this is what I'm hearing. I mean, I think the government has been, I'm hesitating to say this because there's nothing positive about this, but the government's been generous in providing rental assistance and other assistance. But the homeowners, as far as I can tell, are homeless in June of 2024. And they're paying mortgages. Hopefully we'll get that resolved. And they don't have a future at the moment. It's not that bleak, but it's not clear what's going to happen. It'd be nice to get that clear. And I think there's some frustration here, looking at Councilmember White, because he's going to probably pick this up. These conversations, we know that there was a draft proposal months ago. We heard testimony, silence from the government, but conversations along these lines have been happening for a couple of years. So I'm going to come back to this on second round, assuming that this isn't completely resolved between my two colleagues who follow me, because I think the homeowners deserve an outline chronology of a plan for their future. Does that make sense? Well, I'm glad everybody else answered yes. I'll take that as yes from you. Councilmember White?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our government witnesses. Let me start quickly on how we got here. Director Hanlon, you mentioned that there was some vulnerabilities in our processes. I understand your point about self-certification of inspections, but what was the deficiency in the code that allowed for this to happen?
Well, it was simply the way the code was written at that time, and there have been several code iterations since then. So the code allowed for a for the structural engineer of record to also be the special inspector, which meant that the structural engineer was basically inspecting their own work. And that's a huge vulnerability. That's been addressed since then.
But there was no vulnerability in the construction requirements.
Say again, please.
Was there a vulnerability in the construction requirements?
No, I would say no. I mean, the building was designed and built in accordance with the code at that time. There were, however, due to I'd say the vulnerabilities in the special inspection process, there were things that occurred which contributed to the failures in the retaining wall system. And so if I may, I'll just list some of those if you'd like me to.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about construction issues, not inspection.
I'm talking about construction issues.
Yes.
So what we have is the retaining wall system is a geogrid system, which is essentially a series of mats which are laid down and then have earth laid on top of them, which is then compacted. And the mats lock into the retaining wall system, which I think has also been referred to as a modular system, but they actually lock in and they stack on one another. And this prevents the wall from pulling away. So it acts as a fortified or reinforced retaining wall. The soil that was used and then improperly compacted there were poor soils there were clay soils they're vulnerable to water intrusion and infiltration. So the improper soils, the improper compaction, and the likelihood for water intrusion caused what appears to be a lot of hydrostatic pressure on the wall, pushing it out, which is what contributed to the failure.
So that soil was permissible under the code at the time?
No, I would say the soil was not. It
Okay.
should have been tested and it would have been rejected today.
All right.
If it had been used.
And so the soil was not permissible under the code. It was self-inspected. The inspector said, check, everything's good. What's the liability for that person who caused substantial health and safety issues?
I would be stepping outside of my lane to answer that question. I mean, certainly, as a licensed engineer, but I don't think I should venture into answering that because it's not an area of expertise for me.
But we've been at this for 2 years, so there should be an answer. And I would assume that your department would know the answer on the liability.
I cannot answer that now. I can certainly look into it. My understanding is that the engineer of record and the special inspector hasn't done any work in the district since 2017. And so hasn't been involved in any additional projects.
All right. Yeah, I want to conclude this part, but does DOB need to re-inspect structures built within the time that self-certification was permitted?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I think that there was a confluence of a lot of issues, which I actually left one out. The mat itself should have been pulled taut. It wasn't. That's another issue. There were so many errors on this particular installation that what we saw structural failures beginning very early. And those would be apparent in other buildings and they haven't occurred. So it says to me that we don't need to go around and can't read the handwriting, so I'll
we'll try again.
Yeah. I don't think there's a need to go around and re-inspect buildings. And of course, if somebody calls us and said there's evidence of cracking or some failure, we'll go out and make sure we look at it.
Okay. And in your testimony, you said general collapse is not imminent, but it sounds like no one can live there. Is that correct?
Well, it's certainly in the portions that are on where the fill is primarily on the site. And I think those are units 4 through 17. Most of that portion is the long stretch of building that parallels Morris Road. As the site originally sloped down towards Morris Road. And so that's where the fill was placed. Those units certainly no, they're tilting and they're not habitable. You have pipe cracking and failures and all sorts of things like that.
So demolition is the really only option at this point.
I'm sorry?
Demolition is the option?
Well, I would say, first of all, I'm not a licensed engineer. I want to make sure that's clear. I'm a licensed architect. So opining on, engineering items, not my area of expertise.
Which agency opines on engineering?
I would, the structural engineer, would have to provide analysis. I mean, my statements are based on the structural engineer's reports that were provided, I think first initially ordered by the condo association, and there was a peer review by Silman. Did I just go out?
No, but I am concerned that the head of the Department of Buildings is not able to answer questions on engineering because I don't know who else we can ask in the government.
I would say I can offer opinions on what I would do. What I can't do is right now here give you a response that has engineering calculations underlying it because I haven't done those.
Okay, that's not something the agency does.
We review basic structure for most building permits. when there are that's the purpose of the special inspections group. They actually come in and perform special inspections for items that are much more complex that require testing and laboratory reports and things of that nature.
I want to jump in. But you can speak to what the engineering reports say.
Of course, yes. And I think the engineering reports, they would indicate to me that the site is not salvageable, that the most feasible thing to do, and apologies if I wasn't attempting to evade your question, if this is what the question was. The most feasible thing to do, I believe, is to take the buildings down and start over.
Okay. Director Green, your testimony, you mentioned that DHCD is going to embark on conversations with the financial institutions holding the mortgages to determine how they might help homeowners and determine how they can be partners in assisting the homeowners. We're 2 years in. When is the conversation going to start?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I can't speak to what happened for the last 2 years. I can say that conversations about starting those conversations and what needs to happen and strategies around the approach have started. And we're working with DISB, and they're going to clarify what the next steps are based on types of mortgages, were they sold, like there's different resolutions depending on who the mortgage holders are. So they're trying to group them and figure out what the best ways are. So if a mortgage was sold to a GSE, that may be a different solution rather than a portfolio loan is my understanding. So the conversation has started because I know that much.
And can you commit to meeting with residents before the end of this month to give them clarity on where things are now?
I want to say yes. I can give them clarity on how I understand it and what has been accepted. Like there's a lot of options here. Like I'm going to be completely transparent, right? There's a lot of options to resolve this. The solution to resolve all the options lay not only with the agencies, but some of them may even require legislative fixes. It's a matter of what is the best way. And it's complicated because no one solution is going to be the best for the majority of the people.
Right.
And
what do you need in order to determine how we're going to proceed?
What I would need is to understand, one, where is the money coming from to really enforce this, right? So a decision has to be made, like even for the fact of HPAP. HPAP will need a legislative fix. I can waive your repayment, but I can't say it's no longer affordable to, no longer anyone can go into it. So something like that has to be a legislative fix that I can open it up to second-time home buyers at any income limit for Talbot. So that's one example, right? If you're saying you want to give back equity, which came up as a possible request, well, that would be also something that's not in my agency's power to do. That would be something else that had to be thought about fully about where that's coming from and how that happened. So there's a lot of possible fixes. I can talk to resolving what I can do is resolving and forgiving the HPAP loans, forgiving the Housing Production Trust Fund loans, and starting these conversations. And the other things too, there are some legal things still happening, right, that play into this because there's a number of court cases. Even, to be quite frank, this hearing could have impact on that, right? Because making promises without understanding what's happening there. However, we're committed to resolving as much as we can, from my agency's perspective, what's happened. And that's where we are. So to move forward into a new home, the recommendation, to my understanding, was to tear down the site completely. To rebuild the site is upwards of 20 million. The most cost-effective way currently, to me, is to make sure folks can move on at the end of the 9-month extension. And that's that they can get HPAP again, that they have assistance in finding homes, whether it be through, a home housing counseling service and credit repair, making sure that the banks work with us to the best of our ability. And if the banks don't come to a point where they're going to work with us, that may be another conversation, right? Because then something else may have to happen to get them to come to the table. But hopefully they see it like we see it. Let's help these homeowners that invested their lives, that invested their savings. I mean, this is devastating. And these are people that have partnered with you in paying a mortgage for a long time, for 6 years, since 2017, and continue to pay the mortgages. So hopefully they will see it like we see it and use their loss reserves and say, let's make it clean for them to move on and adjust their credit.
I'm way over time, so let me pause
I'm
there. I'm only at 3. Okay, now it's 6 o'clock. I need to get back into this because there's still no clarity, but I'll do that in my next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilmember Trahan White.
Thank you. I want to start with Director Hanlon. Director Hanlon, have you seen the most recent report, the Falcon report?
I've seen 2 Falcon reports, and so I believe the answer is yes.
So from that, what do you make of that as director of DOB?
Well, I think in essence, it's indicating that there are things that can be done to remedy the wall itself. I think the conclusion is that the cost of doing those things, and frankly, the disruption, is probably far exceeds what it would take to simply deconstruct the building, dig the fill out, take the wall out, and start over.
Is there a plan on your end that you know of to correct this? Because from that, is it correct to say that the building is still shifting?
Based on our observations on site, it appears to have stabilized. And I would say that based on the Falcon report and the peer review by Silman, that the site has stabilized and there's not any further degradation. Like the fill has essentially reached its settlement point.
The report I read showed that the building was still shifting. I'm not sure what report you're referring to, that the building was stable. That's a strong word for a building that has cracks. The soil, you said yourself that the soil was not tested. So there's something obviously wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember, go ahead.
No, you was about to give some clarity to something I was saying.
Yeah, when I say stabilize, I don't mean everything's right. I mean, clearly there are cracks in the building, and they're significant. And the entire portion of the building that is parallel to Morris Road is sitting at an angle, and there are massive problems in there. So I'm not suggesting that the stability, the current stability, it suggests that the building is.
Director, would you say the building is that project or that part of land is indeed unstable? Is that correct?
Pardon?
Would you go further to say the building is unstable?
I would say right now, my opinion is that the building is not in danger of imminent collapse, and therefore I wouldn't consider it to be unstable.
So with typical erosion over time, it can take a decade or 2 for land to still shift and settle based on just normal construction, right? And we know that where that sits is up on a hill, and the potential, if that building falls, and as we learned that this building has shifted uh, has continuously to shift. So my question is, what is our plan to make sure that one, this building doesn't fall and affect those properties, but also the properties behind it, the cars riding down the street that's on the back street, those things.
There may need to be an additional engineering analysis or overview of what has previously been done to make those determinations. My hope would be that within, certainly within the time frame you mentioned, there has been a remedy and the building is no longer on that site.
I heard you saying. I heard you say in your testimony that the structural engineer checked his own work. That was one of the things that was corrected and what DOB does. What other things did you find that were errors in the way that DOB, formerly DCRA, did inspections of properties such as this?
Well, I think I encapsulated the issues at hand here. I mean, there was with the special inspection relationship at that time was clearly an area of vulnerability. There were I'm aware of some design changes that occurred. I think after construction began, which DCRA at that time was not made aware of. So those things occurred without any real oversight.
So, Director, real quick, because I know I'm running out of time. At what point did the agency find out that the construction in which they planned to get permits for were not followed during the construction?
I'm not sure I can answer that right now. I'm gonna have to get back to you to find out the exact timeline. And let me just say before your time concludes that we've actually begun conversations to get more precise monitoring of the building itself. And we are going to hire a surveyor to make sure that we can get precise measurements of any additional movement and keep track of that over time.
Thank you, Director. I know you have a large team. Is it possible that you can get someone on your team to research that tonight so we can have that by the end of the hearing? Because what we don't want to see happen is that we get this public hearing happen and it's not on record about what it actually happened, what were some of the errors, and because we all knew that this hearing was coming up, and so it's very important that we give answers to these questions and not just put them off and get somebody to come back later.
I can commit, council member, to doing this with a sense of urgency. Yes.
Thank you. I want to jump to Director Green real quick. Director Green, there was a presentation sent by the homeowners to myself, yourself, DACD. Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
Okay. That's strange. Because we were on a Zoom call, and I'm pretty sure they said they sent it to you guys. You have not seen it. Can you check with your team while we're here to see if they've seen it?
Sure.
I'll go to the next question. There was also a commitment from your office to you just stated there are a lot of options to resolve this issue, and you gave an estimate of 20 million in your statement. Have you all sent in writing what those options are? Because I know that your office committed to sending that. When I asked in the testimony from the owners today, they said it was not sent. Do you know if it was sent or not?
I think Drew Hubbard had sent several of the options to the condo association as possible proposals that were under consideration. So those were the options that were sent.
Do you know the person they were sent to or email?
I can find out and confirm that, sure.
Thank you. Were there any email back to you guys in reference to them saying, yes, we want this option, don't want this option, we don't agree with this option? Any feedback?
There was some feedback from the condo association owners about what they were interested in seeing.
Do you know what month or year this has occurred with the feedback?
It was sometime this summer.
Okay. Give me an idea of what some of those options were that you all gave the owners.
There options that we gave to the owners.
Yes, there was a call that I was on, representatives from DHCD was on, about, you just said it. You said there are several options.
Right,
And
I'm just confirming what you were asking, council member. So yes, so the options were the district buying out, assuming or otherwise causing satisfaction of the first trust mortgages, forgiving the Housing Production Trust Fund, HPAP, reinstate HPAP eligibility. Those are the two of the things that we said that we were going to do today. And also talk to the first trust lenders, of which there were 17. And just so I can clarify in terms of the time frame that it took to get to the first trust lenders, I can't account for all the time, but the appraisal and the engineering reports and understanding what the value of the underlying land and improvements would have had to happen before any conversation would have happened with the first trust lender. So that's part of the time that it took up. Other things that were offered was to provide first right of purchase upon redevelopment of the property. I don't know that the redevelopment of the property is being considered. To stabilize the property, a retaining wall. These are sort of more detailed of the same things.
have you spoke to Mayor Bowser about this property?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I attended a meeting with Mayor Bowser a few months ago, and she agreed to meet with the tenants. That didn't happen yet. Can you let us know what's the posture of Mayor Bowser as it relates to a solution to this property?
Mayor Bowser's relationship to the property?
No, her solutions to address, or what's her conversation in reference to the property as far as what does the government intend to do? Because we're here today to talk not just about the problem.
So the government has provided $5 million in rental assistance and other assistance to the homeowners currently, so that they are safe and out of housing that is considered unstable. Also, there's a commitment to provide HPAP so that they can buy a new home if that's what their option, what they would like to do. And in addition, we're trying to figure out what's the next steps in terms of working with the first trust lenders.
Just a quick question, Chairman, if I may. While that we appreciate you saying they have options to more HPAP, we know that it's impossible for them to get another mortgage having this current mortgage. Has there been any conversation to salvage the past mortgage and wiping that slate clean as well that you know of?
So just to repeat and clarify, we are going to embark on these conversations, or in the process of doing that, to see what the lenders are willing to do in terms of helping us solve this problem.
So I'm just
Councilmember,
yes, sir.
there will be another round.
All right, Chairman, thank you.
So Ms. Green, I've been struggling here. I want to ask a little bit about assistance and then ask about what I'll call a timeline of decisions and responsibility. So HPAP, I understand, and you said that would require some legislation, and it reminds me that the former director, who I think then was deputy director, said to the Condominium Association Board of Directors that the executive, which means the mayor, would be introducing legislation that enumerates steps being taken, provides council approval, support for mortgage buyouts, HPTF, HPAP forgiveness, and so forth. We've never gotten that package. When?
It's under review.
So it's drafted.
There's a draft.
And how long has it been under review? Since the spring?
I don't know the exact timeline.
All right, I'll assume it's since the spring. Why are we forgiving HPTF? And this is just, I don't understand. HPTF is a loan to the developer. Does it pass through to the condominium association?
I believe there was an underlying repayment that the condo association would have had to pay as part of the condo.
In other words, it went to the developer, but it passes through
right
to the condominium association.
Correct, I believe.
And I'm assuming there's litigation against a developer. You may not be able to speak to it, but hoping the district is going after the developer and the contractor, whoever else looks like they might be liable.
So I cannot speak to the parties of the lawsuit and what's happening.
Do you know, Mr. Hanlon?
I do not.
Maybe that's a question we asked the Attorney General. So this is what I want to pursue at the moment, what I'll call a timeline of decisions and responsibility. I'm sitting here struggling. If what we're hearing is that the engineering reports suggested the most feasible in terms of a solution as well as what would you say, most feasible solution here is to raise the property. Yes, in terms of solution as well as economics, cheaper to do that. So if just trying to put myself in the homeowner's shoes, which is pretty difficult because this is pretty extraordinary and pretty horrible. So I go home tonight and I have to make a decision as a homeowner to tear down my house, apartment, the building, which is pretty, I want to say fantastic, and I don't mean that in a nice way, extraordinary, fantastic, unbelievable decision that has to be made. And to make that decision, there has to be something that follows. I don't know that the homeowner association is the one that can make that decision. I mean, they have the legal, it's legally theirs to make. It may be that the government has to make that decision. But when that decision is made, I think that's a, what do you call it? A condition predicate to any next step, which is the future of the homeowners, whether they buy new units, and so forth. So I think what I want to ask is from your agency, thought put into writing of the next steps, of the different steps. I'd like to say in chronological order, but it may not be in chronological order. But, and this is what I've thought of. Who decides and when to raise the buildings? And I guess there could be implicit in that a decision not to, but I don't know how that decision is made because the homeowners can't live in some of the units. And well, so I just don't see that as an option. So there has to be a decision.
Right.
By who?
So the
and
decision
when.
to raise the buildings would not lay with DHCD.
Well, I'm not sure that it doesn't fall to the district working with the unit owners. The property is the unit owners. The only way, well, actually, but the district could through the Board of Condemnation decide it's going to tear it down. I don't quite see that as the first option. But, and the district could say, we're going to take the property by eminent domain and raise it. That might be a better option. Or it could just be an agreement that the district is going to acquire the property from the homeowners for some cost, but that cost might be the other relief that's being provided. But this decision has to be made. And I think that we've spent the last 6 months, if not year, dancing around that decision, not confronting that is the reality. And somebody's got to think this through. Yes, the homeowners could think this through, but in the end, I think it's going to require some government involvement. So I really think it's probably your agency is the better agency to take the lead working with the unit owners. I don't mean just working in the office and coming up with something and presenting it to the unit owners, but working with them because there are decisions that follow from this. Am I making sense?
Sure.
And so then the next is, the first is, maybe not the first, the second, third, but anyway, the decision first on my list is who decides and when to raise the buildings, and then who decides and when and how the buildings are replaced. That may not be as important to the residents if the solution here is that they're going to find other homes. But that is a decision that has to be made. And then a decision what DHCD or DHS will do regarding rent and utilities. Because right now, what we have is a deadline of June 2024. And I know there've been deadlines in the past and they've been extended. If these decisions can be made in the next, I'm gonna say 6 weeks, that means before January 1st. And let's say it's as dramatic as, or drastic as that, the building's gonna be torn down and we're gonna provide some other assistance, then essentially the homeowners have 6 months' notice of what to do when the rental assistance ends. The last thing I have on the list, but it may not be the last decision, is a decision about what assistance the district government is going to provide, and with a deadline for when they're going to make that decision. So that would include HPAP, which I take it requires council action, and rental assistance, and forgiving HPTF, which the council has to approve.
No, sir.
You can. And what's going on with the mortgages? And Mr. Stum to my left mentioned that, a possibility with the insurance that the condominium association is paying is that to some extent that's a requirement of the law. I believe the law requires a 90% of the value, maybe nothing, but if necessary, we waive that requirement. So they're not paying insurance for buildings that they are not going to be able to, how do I want to put this, recover through insurance. I mean, why are they paying insurance? Unless we're going to go against the insurance companies for these buildings having to be torn down, and I'm guessing that's not the policy. Why are they paying fire and casualty? So there's been discussion for a long time about, a very long time, like many months, like Drew Hubbard's April 21st, 2023 memorandum or earlier. And there has to be a deadline for that decision. And I think it makes sense for this to come first from DHCD to the government, to the council, but it's got to happen. There's got to be a deadline for that.
So I just want to be clear that the two decisions we already have, right, are the rental assistance payment for now, and that HPAP will be available, and there's a legislative fix required for being able to change some of the requirements. So those are the two decisions that are already made. The third decision would need to come from the discussions about, based on what we hear from the first trust lenders, or the first trust mortgage holders, right? So, and then the decisions would come from that. And we hope that we will be able to get that information as soon as possible. And it's going to be, one of the things going to be really important is that in negotiations is that to make sure that the mortgages are, we'll see where they come up with, but we'll see what the standing of the current mortgages are and part of that negotiation as well. So we can get back to you. And I think those will be the three prongs that will help make a decision to move forward. Less of what we're doing with the land, the property and the land, except for maybe are portions of it habitable? Because what I'm hearing is that if there's an ability for some people to return, that may solve some of this quicker than later, right? So if there's a portion where people can return to their homes, which I heard there's a possibility, I don't know, or if there's a portion to raise it, that's another question, or portion of it. So,
well,
but the first three things are those to talk to the bank.
I'm going to push back a little. Not that what you said was wrong, but the rental assistance is of, in a sense of no value, because what happens at the end of June of 2024?
Right. And so
these folks have to make a decision. So just put yourself in this situation where you are paying a mortgage for and a condo fee for a property you can't live in, and you've got rental assistance, so at least you're not paying twice for housing. That ends in June. So what are you doing in July?
Right. So what I'm hearing you say is there needs to be some time frame in order to make that decision to where I'm going in July from today.
Yeah,
And so as quickly as we can get through some of these discussions and have some, then folks will be able to
let me bring it back
understand.
to the building. I don't think it's, if there are 46 units, if 10 of the units are habitable, but what does that do to the legal entity of the condominium association?
Right.
It's not structured for 10 units. It's structured for 20 to for 46
46.
units, and it owns all the property. So I think early, I don't think this is a push it off. We decide whether to tear down the building or who's going to tear it down. We don't push that off because that's part of this too. Legally, these homeowners are tied to this building as long as it exists and as long as they own it. And if they want to continue to own it, but I don't quite see how that happens, and redevelop it, because that's basically what would have to happen. And I don't see that here. So that's why I say that's got to be part of this decision as well. And the decision about the HPTF that you can waive, but there are these other benefits that will make a difference in what they can do, what the individuals, the homeowners can do. So it's a package. Even if some of it can be done, decided now, like HPTF, it's a package. I feel like I'm belaboring this, and I don't mean to do that, but waiving the HPTF loan is a big deal to the association in terms of its liability. But that doesn't enable any of these homeowners to do anything after June.
Understood. We're in
So
agreement.
I may have left something off this list, but I've just in the last half hour sketched this out, and I think it requires a whole lot more thought. And I'm going to emphasize it's got to be done with the condominium association, because this is their lives, their future, really their decision. And I'm not sitting here saying that the government has to assume all of these costs and tens and twenties of millions of dollars, but these decisions aren't being made, and there's got to be some deadlines around it. There's got to be a deadline when we get the legislative package, and what that like, and so that means a deadline for when you decide that legislative package, as well as these other. And I've more than used up my round. Councilmember White.
Thank you,
Except
Chair.
let me just say, I'd like to get that. Do you think this is going to take some work, but and I'm feeling impatient. Do you think we can get that by December 9th?
I will.
1 month to sketch this out. This means somebody's got to sit down and work really hard with the unit owners to come up with this outline.
I think that's fine. It's pretty much sketched, so I think it's fine.
Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I think this is the place we need to get to, so I'm not going to ask a lot more questions. There are a lot of decisions that need to be made, but they have to be made with some urgency. I do understand that they're complex, but there's no way around it. And the closer we get to June, the more vulnerable residents are. What I've heard from residents today is that they either want a new comparable unit or the equity that they would have had had they not had subpar constructed homes. So I think that's what we're trying to get to. Whatever is needed from the council, send it to us. And so I think a month is 2 years in a month is enough time to get those done. If there are complications that we can help with, let us know. We stand ready. One question on HPAP. We've continued to run out of money for HPAP. We're going to run out again. How are we going to ensure that these residents will be able to utilize HPAP? Or what are we going to do there?
There is a potential for using some ARPA dollars that are remaining to do that. But that only goes up to 80% AMI. So for people that are over 80%, there needs to be a solution for that.
For the developers of this project, what in our code or regulations would stop these folks from forming another LLC and doing the same type of work?
Well, when people apply to the RFP, we look at who they are, their capacity, their history, their experience. These folks and individuals would be banned from participating in any of our loans again. So even if they came in with somebody else, we would probably ask them to remove one of those parties. But again, every time we review each of the funding sources kind of have a different requirement in terms of guarantees. Like, for example, if you're applying for 9% and 4%, there's completion guarantees and other guarantees that are required where with other ones are not. But we do review everyone's capacity and ability to perform, whether through experience, their balance sheet, et cetera.
But if these folks formed a different LLC.
Well, we go down to like who's behind the
Okay.
LLC, like
Just
who's
make
a sponsor.
All right. What is DOB's role in reviewing applications for district funding for projects?
Councilmember, I'm actually not sure precisely what our role is. Does any of my team?
They don't have a role.
Yeah, we don't have a role.
Okay.
My apologies.
So I just want to make sure we don't move too far from this point. What folks, I'm interested in making sure this doesn't happen again. But the priority for folks affected is making sure that they can figure out a path forward. So we will work on a December 9th timeline for all remaining decisions. If there's anything again that you need from the council, let us know so we can help. I think we stand ready. Otherwise, that'll be the expectation. Then we can give clarity. Then everyone will have clarity. The council, the agencies, the residents, and we can figure out what problems need to be solved, work together to solve them, and find a path forward.
Sounds good.
Chairman, I don't want to keep going when I think we have a good timeline and resolution. I think that's a good place for me to pause. So I want to thank you again for holding this hearing and thank our agencies and most importantly, residents for being with us.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tran-White, do you have more questions?
Yes, I do. First, I want to know that was there any update to some of the questions I had that wasn't readily available? Okay, while we're waiting, I'm gonna go to this. Because I did read a letter and I was told there was an updated letter in which I found thanks to Council Ruby May. And this, I want to read this for public record. And it's dated September the 12th, 2023. So about almost 2 months ago. And it's written by SEA Limited. That's their website is sealimited.com. They're forensic engineering and investigation analysis. They've been in business since 1970. And this was sent to DOB on September the 12th, 2023. And it's also sent to River East at Grandview Condominium Association. Sent to also Robert Ferguson, Timothy Dodger. I'm gonna read it for public record. Then Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Dodger, forgive me if I'm messing your name up. SEA Ltd. was at the subject location to observe reported damage to the building and modular block retaining wall. Our evaluation of this matter has been ongoing. SEA observed movements of the modular block retaining wall and buildings. I'm gonna repeat that. SEA observed movements of the modular block retaining wall and buildings that is sufficient to cause damage to those structures. Our ongoing evaluation has led to concerns regarding the stability and integrity of these structures. SEA believes that there is imminent collapse potential of these structures. The collapse may present a risk to downslope properties and the general public. SEA notes that the downslope, there is a sidewalk, roadway, in parentheses, Moore's Road Southeast, and multiple structures. I'm gonna repeat, there is an imminent collapse potential of these structures. As a licensed professional engineer in the District of Columbia, we are obligated to inform you that there is a life and safety hazard given the potential for imminent collapse of the structures. We are aware that on August 16, 2021, the Falcon Group issued an evacuation of the residents of the building at the subject location. However, based on our observation, residents continue to access their units. Accordingly, access to the subject building should be restricted. It is in SEA's understanding that the contents of the August 16, 2021 report issued by the Falcon Group was not published to the downslope properties and or regulatory agencies. Additionally, SEA has not observed additional or sufficient stabilization efforts to stabilize these structures. Therefore, SEA recommends that the entities responsible for these downslope structures be evaluated and respond to the potential risk to their infrastructure and or properties. By a copy of this letter, we are informing DC Department of Buildings of the imminent collapse potential of these structures. Although the DOB is likely to be involved, we recommend that you inform various condominiums owners as well as the property owners and or agencies in the control of the downslope properties and their issues. And it's just some signatures and also stamps of their licenses numbers by Nicole Whittingberg, Michael Kobacki, and it was also sent, it was entitled Imminent Collapse Potential Hazard, 1262 Talbot Street, Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20020, sorry. So Director Hanlon, I know you haven't been at the agency a very long time. How long have you been a director of this particular agency?
Yes, sir. Would you mind repeating your question? Apologies.
Sorry, I was asking how long. I was saying, leading with, I know you haven't been there very long. I was asking, how long have you been the director there?
I became acting director on May 8th of this year. And as of the 7th of this month was confirmed director.
Got it. Thank you. And I know
6 months.
And I want to thank you because you and I did a walkthrough in this community and we spoke briefly about the River East condos and just the project in general and some of the adjacent properties. When did you become aware of this whole, the word that's been used today is debacle of this project?
I think I had heard very light mention of it prior to the September 12th letter. I think the letter, which I did read, was I received it via email. I think through LaRuby May, who sent it off to a number of people, and I was copied on that. And so it was really, frankly, September 12th was when I began to become more aware of this situation.
Thank you. And on your team in the Department of Buildings, do you have structural engineers on your payroll?
We have reviewers that are structural engineers, but they are, as I stated earlier, they're looking at very standard construction items. It might be a small scale residential project. This is a project, as I noted earlier, that would entail special inspections because of the nature of the and complexity of the retaining wall system used.
Has DOB set aside money for such special inspections?
We don't have a budget for special inspections. They're associated with projects as they as they happen, and they're paid through by project owners.
This letter that was just read suggests that your agency communicate with those residents on Morse Road and close by. Do you know, to your knowledge, has that been done yet?
To my knowledge, I do not believe there's been direct communication with the residents on Morris Road.
Yeah. Do you know, to your knowledge, if there's a plan to communicate with those residents?
Yeah, actually, I think we established that earlier, that we're looking, we're going to develop an approach for making sure that people can access units and safely get belongings out. So we just have to design what that would entail, and we will communicate with the owners to do that.
Thank you. My time is running out. Director Green, real quick. Thank you for your testimony. I know you talked about you have begun speaking to some of the mortgage companies. Can you walk us through what are those conversations, and if there are responses, what are those responses?
To clarify, I said that I started conversations with our sister agency, DISB, about taking steps to begin talking to the first trust lenders, and that they would be taking the lead on that, and they're getting back to me about what their next steps are.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood that. I apologize. And did they give you a date when that's going to happen?
I should be hearing back from them next week. I will be following up with them next week, but they did not give me a specific date. But
are you in conversation with the deputy mayor for planning economic development in relation to this project?
Yes.
Okay. One of my follow-up questions was related to extending funds for these residents. I'm not sure if you answered this already. Forgive me if you already did, but is there money already allocated in this current budget to help these residents extend their stay where they are now?
I don't know where I would point to that exactly, and it's not in DHCD's budget.
Okay. If there was money allocated towards this, which have been before, whose budget would it be in?
I can't say with certainty, but I believe DHS is the agency that's paying this rent, so I'm assuming that it may be in their budget.
Okay, and you talked about an estimate of $20 million to, I guess, tear down and fix this property back up to some degree. Beyond the conversation, is there any desire to start thinking about this money in January or whenever the mayor starts formulating her budget?
I have not had any specific conversations about that as a path forward.
How did you land at this $20 million budget item?
Just my best guess.
That's guess. So are there any experts in your office that are analyzing the project to tear it down, to rebuild, to replace the units, anything like that that has a more accurate number beyond just a guess?
No, not at this time.
Is there a plan to get some professional opinion about the cost?
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
I have one question for you, council member, if I may. With regard to the PowerPoint that you mentioned, I did ask my staff to track down whether anyone had received it in our offices, and we have not. So would you mind, I don't know if I can contact someone to have them resend it, or maybe someone from your office can resend it.
But everyone that's involved is in the room or on the Zoom or listening in. I'm pretty sure they can send it to you immediately. If you can get your email, they can send it to you right now so you can have it. And whoever else needs to get it.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilmember White. I have just a couple more questions. There was testimony, Mr. Hanlon, that Stanton View, which is filed for bankruptcy, continues building operations in jurisdictions outside the District of Columbia. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I actually don't. I'm just aware that they haven't done anything in the district since 2017. I'm not aware of any projects that they've been involved with outside of the district.
Now, not doing anything in the district, that includes principals of Stanton who might have formed other.
I would say it's a great question. I would say that I want to actually drill down and make sure that there aren't any intersections anywhere else. I think it's important to do that.
All right, so you'll get back to us whether the principals show up in some other entity.
Certainly, yeah.
And Ms. Green, I think this would be you. There was testimony that from countless unanswered emails and phone calls to the person left in charge to assist us, Pamela Hillsman, there's really no one available to contact on the front line of the Talbot Street Task Force anymore. Is Ms. Hillsman with DHCD or DHS? Do you know?
DHCD.
DHCD. Is she still responsible or a contact person?
So DHS has really been the lead in working with residents as they're in their temporary situations. Pamela Hillsman is our communications director, and her office does handle other constituent services and issues in response to them. So yeah, she would be one of the people. Formerly Alex Cross, who's now moved over to DOB, was also responsible after Drew Hubbard left DHCD. But Pamela Hillsman and the communications office is a good place to start in terms of if there's something that they want to reach out to DHCD about.
Well, the residents are saying she's not responding. Can you?
So that particular resident that spoke, there was an email there's an email address that's for Talbot Concerns, dc.gov, that is for a DHS contact. And she copied Pamela Hillsman on that message with regard to a Pepco bill and as a copy. And so there was no other information that we found, but I will follow up with any other correspondence.
Well, I think the more important question here is I'd asked earlier if you would follow up with DHS with regard to these late rent
Absolutely.
payments and utilities. And it would be, how do I want to put this? I'm trying too hard to think. It just would be a decent thing for the district government to have a contact person for, and whether that's in DHCD or DHS, a contact person that the homeowners can contact.
And Pamela Hillsman has been taking that on and fielding all our constituent issues. So I will, we'll follow up. It's the first time I've ever heard a complaint about her responsiveness, so.
All right. And maybe DHS can designate someone as well.
That's fine.
So you're going to follow up with DHS.
Okay.
And the contact person. What I'm feel most urgent about, or most maybe not urgent priority, is what I referred to earlier as a timeline of
Just
decisions.
to be clarified, I do believe there is a DHS contact person, but I will follow up with them about what the responses are and
Sure.
what's happening.
Timeline for decisions and responsibility. And if you could work with the unit owners and have something by December 9th. Great. And if you need follow-up on that, I think you know the staff in Councilmember White's office and the staff in my office.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope this has been helpful to everybody. Unfortunately, it's still going to be a bit of a grind, but maybe we'll move a little faster to get all this resolved. With that, I'm going to wind down the hearing. The record in this matter is open until 5 p.m. on Thursday, November 23rd. And obviously, a couple of things like that timeline will take a little longer, but if anybody from from Talbot Street or anybody else wants to submit any comments or additional comments until Thursday, November 23rd, the time is 6:33 p.m. and this hearing or roundtable is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.